There's something about the woods in fall. The way the air turns, crisp, how shadows stretch longer, how silence grows thick between the trees. As a former park ranger, I've seen nature at its most beautiful. I've also seen it at its most unforgiving. These are not urban legends. These are not campfire tales. These are real accounts from men and women who put on the uniform, walked into the forest, and came back, changed. Some didn't come back at all. So if you're reading this on a cold October night, maybe curled up with a blanket, remember, the woods don't care if you believe. They've always been watching. And they don't like being watched back. My name is Beatrice Hale. I've been a park ranger in the Pacific Northwest for 9 years, stationed mostly in Olympic National Park. It's a job that demands patience, solitude, and a certain tolerance for the uncanny silences of deep forest. Over time, I learned that silence isn't absence, it's waiting. And Mirror Lake taught me that better than any training ever could. I first heard about Mirror Lake during my 3rd year on the job. It wasn't listed on any official park map, but older rangers mentioned it like a ghost tourist over campfire embers. Perfect reflection, they'd say. Still as glass. Locals call it the looking glass. Most rangers laughed it off. Urban legend stuff, but a few had that look people get when they've seen something they wish they hadn't. I should have noticed the pattern. Who claimed to have visited it never stayed long after. My friend Clara was one of the newer hires back then. We bonded fast. 2 women trying to prove ourselves among a mostly older, mostly male crew. Clara was the kind of person who made everything lighter. She could laugh through rainstorms, hum through 12-hour patrols, and turn even the worst backcountry shift into something bearable. She'd come from Arizona, where forest meant 2 trees leaning toward each other. The endless green here fascinated her. That summer, we were tasked with checking the northern perimeter trails. Paths mostly overgrown, seldom hiked except by the occasional researcher or lost soul. The assignment came with an unspoken rule: stay clear of unmarked paths. If it's not on your issued map, it's not your problem. But Clara had a curious streak a mile wide. It started innocently enough. We were halfway through a week-long patrol when we found a clearing that wasn't supposed to exist. The GPS coordinates didn't match the map. The trail seemed to fork left, though the line on my screen said it should continue straight. I chalked it up to bad data or treefall, rewriting the path, typical in terrain like this. But the left fork was cleaner, like someone had swept it. Clara looked at me with that grin that meant trouble. You ever just feel like the forest is trying to show you something? I told her I felt like the forest was trying to swallow us most of the time. But she laughed, adjusted her pack, and started down the cleaner path anyway. I followed, because letting her go alone would have been worse. We walked for maybe half a mile before the air changed. You can always tell when you're near water. The smell, the subtle chill, but this was different. The sound shifted first. Forest noise dulled, replaced by something soft and hollow, like the world had been padded in velvet. Even our footsteps lost their crunch. The trees thinned, and there it was, a perfect oval of still water, surrounded by dark pines leaning in like they were listening. I remember my first thought: it was beautiful, but wrong. The surface didn't ripple, not even from the faint breeze that brushed my hair. The reflection was crisp. Every branch, every cloud mirrored with eerie precision. But what froze me was that the mirrored image wasn't quite in sync. A second slower, like watching a delayed broadcast of reality. Clara was enchanted. She dropped her pack, knelt at the shore, and stared into it. "God, it's perfect. Look at that!" I did. But I couldn't bring myself to kneel. Something in me knew better. The reflection of the two of us should have been identical, but the mirrored Clara tilted her head the opposite way. Then both reflections blinked, too slowly, too deliberately. "Do you see that?" I asked, voice low. Clara leaned closer. "See what?" Our reflections didn't lean. They stood still. A wave of nausea hit me. I grabbed her shoulder and yanked her back. "Enough. We should head out before it gets dark." She frowned, half annoyed, half confused. "It's barely noon B. Relax." But the light was strange, diffused, heavy, like sunset stuck in amber. My watch said 12:43 p.m., yet shadows had lengthened, stretched across the water like claws. I told her again we needed to leave. She agreed, reluctantly, after snapping a few photos on her phone. We hiked back the way we came, or thought we did. The trail twisted wrong, leading us uphill where it should have gone down. GPS failed entirely. No signal, no compass reading. I remember the growing tightness in my chest, as the forest around us seemed to close in. Trees stood too close together, bark slick and dark like whetstone, every so often. I'd glance back and swear I saw our own figures, reflected in patches of water pooled on the ground. When we finally stumbled into our base camp by dusk, both of us looked shaken. I tried to laugh it off, told the story to the others later that night. They joked, of course. "Oh, Mirror Lake. Yeah, that old ranger's myth. You girls found it?" "Huh." But one of the older rangers, Don Avery, didn't laugh. He just stared into his coffee and muttered, "Should have left it alone." The next day, Clara showed me the photos. Only they weren't right. The first few were normal, trees, shoreline, sky, but in one, her reflection was already moving while she was still. Her phone timestamp said she'd taken it at 12:41. By 12:43, the last image was just water. No reflection at all. We argued about it. She said maybe her phone glitched. I said maybe we should delete them. But she didn't. She said she'd send them to a friend who worked in image processing, just for fun. That was Monday. By Wednesday, she wasn't returning calls. Thursday morning, I went to her cabin. The door was unlocked. The lights were on. Her pack was gone. But her radio sat charging by the window, still blinking green. Her notebook was open on the table. The last entry read, "Going back. Need to understand it. Maybe it's just reflection lag from." The sentence ended there. I reported her missing within the hour. Search teams went out that afternoon. I joined a first sweep. No trace. Her footprints appeared on soft soil near the same clearing, then stopped 2 meters from the lake. Stopped cold. We found her phone half submerged in the shallows. The screen still worked, though the battery was almost dead. The last video was short, 20 seconds, timestamped the day before. It showed her face, smiling. Behind her, the lake reflected perfectly. Except in the mirrored version, she wasn't smiling. The reflection's mouth was open, whispering something. I've seen it too many times now. Every time I replay it, I swear the reflection's eyes move a little closer to the lens. After that, the park closed off that sector. Environmental hazard, the memo said. Unstable ground. That was the official explanation. I kept my mouth shut. What else could I do? but something followed me back. I'd catch glimpses of movement in puddles, even indoors. I'd turn on my cabin sink, and the reflection of my face wouldn't line up right. One eye slightly delayed, lips twitching when mine didn't. I stopped looking into mirrors altogether. You can't trust what they show you anymore, once you've seen the wrong side. A month passed. Then one night, around 2 a.m., my radio crackled with static. At first I thought it was interference. Then I heard her voice. "B, come back." Faint, sounding like words spoken underwater. I froze. "Clara, where are you?" Her voice grew clearer, but not closer. "It's beautiful here. You just have to look long enough. Don't fight it this time." The line cut off with a burst of feedback. I drove straight to headquarters. The comms team checked the logs. No outgoing signals, no transmissions received. My unit hadn't picked up anything at all. They told me maybe I was dreaming. Maybe the long shifts were getting to me. I wish that were true. 2 weeks later, I was reassigned to a different district inland. Fewer lakes, fewer reflections. They called it routine rotation, but I knew better. Someone wanted me as far from that water as possible. Even now, years later, I dream about it. The still surface, the heavy silence, the mirrored sky blinking out of sync. In those dreams, she's always standing there across the lake, waving. Sometimes I wave back, but last night I didn't dream. I woke up instead to the faint sound of water dripping. I went to my bathroom sink. The tap was off. The mirror fogged though the air was cold. When I wiped it clear, 2 figures stood behind me. One leaned closer and smiled. I didn't tell anyone about the mirror that night. What would I say? That I saw something standing behind me, in a reflection that shouldn't have been fogged to begin with. I cleaned it, stared at it until dawn, and convinced myself it had been a trick of the light. The human brain fills gaps, especially when fear cracks it open. For weeks after, I avoided reflective surfaces like they could bite. I shaved using my phone's selfie camera, brushed my teeth with my eyes closed, even covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. It helped a little, until the towel started slipping off every morning, no matter how tight I'd pinned it. The worst part was the quiet, the kind that seeps into you. My new post was farther inland, near the foothills. Dry air, sagebrush, long distances between trees. Yet the silence there carried the same weight as the woods around Mirror Lake. I started hearing water again. Drips. Trickles, where there shouldn't have been any. When the dreams returned, they weren't just of Clara anymore. They were of myself, standing at the edge of the lake, watching my reflection move first. In one dream, it reached up from the surface, palm flat, pressing against mine through the water skin. I woke up soaked in sweat, my hand freezing cold. A month later, a letter arrived. No return address. Inside, a printed photo, grainy, distorted, but I knew that shoreline, Mirror Lake, and in the center, 2 women. Clara and someone who looked exactly like me, both standing ankle deep in the water. I hadn't been back. Not once. I brought it to my supervisor, Ranger Keaton. He was one of those pragmatic men who didn't believe in much beyond topography and policy manuals. When I slid the photo across his desk, he squinted, frowned. "Probably some hikers messing with you. Photoshop." "Then how'd they know?" I asked. "It's not on the maps. Nobody but staff even knows that lake exists." He sighed, the way people do when they're done listening. "Beatrice, take a week off. Clear your head. You've been through a lot since your partner went missing. That word again. Not dead, not gone. Just missing. Like she'd chosen to step out of frame. I almost took the break. Almost. But the more I thought about it, the more something in me itched. The photo wasn't just proof. It was invitation. Clara's smile in that image wasn't natural. It was a plea or a warning. Maybe both. So I packed up. Not my uniform, just a small bag, flashlight, compass, and my old service pistol. I left a note in my cabin saying I was heading to the North Sector to verify a wildlife report. It wasn't entirely a lie. Wildlife was exactly what I was afraid of. If you could call whatever lived in that water alive. The forest greeted me like it remembered. Damp earth, pine needles, the same slow rhythm of wind breathing through branches. I followed the old route. Though the path had changed again. Trails here always did, but this time it felt deliberate, like it was leading me. By dusk, I reached the clearing. The lake was there. Still as glass. Even before I saw the water, I felt its pull, a pressure behind my eyes, a tug in my chest, like gravity aimed sideways. I stood at the edge, heart hammering, waiting for the reflection to twitch. It didn't. The surface stayed perfect. Too perfect. "Clara," I called out. My voice fell flat, like sound didn't belong there. I tried again. "Clara, if you can hear me." The water shivered once. Something pale flickered beneath it, then gone. The reflection of the trees began to ripple independently, though the real trees behind me were still. My breath caught. It was happening again. I dropped to one knee and aimed my flashlight at the surface. That's when I saw her. Clara, or what looked like her. She was standing under the water, facing upward, her hair drifting like seaweed. Her eyes opened slowly. She smiled the same wrong smile from the photo. Then she raised her hand and pressed it to the underside of the surface. "Bae," she mouthed. The water bulged outward, forming a thin film between us. I stumbled back. Her expression shifted. Sadness, or maybe hunger. The ripples spread, distorting everything. Then her reflection stepped out. It didn't rise from the lake. It peeled off the reflection like skin from water. A shape made of mirrored liquid, silver and trundling. It had Clara's outline but no details, just smooth metal where her face should be. It moved the way a reflection does when you lean closer. Slightly behind, never quite matching. I fired once, reflexively. The sound echoed weird, hollow. The shape flickered and reformed. The bullet hit nothing solid. Then it spoke. Not in words, but in a sound like wet glass cracking. "Stay," I ran. Branches slapped my face, my boots sliding on moss. Behind me. The forest shifted. Trees reflecting in ways that didn't line up with their trunks, shadows bending against logic. I didn't stop until I reached the ridge line where signal returned. When I looked back, there was no lake. Just trees. I radioed in for extraction, voice shaking. They found me 2 hours later. Said I must have gotten disoriented. No one saw any sign of water. I knew better, but I let them think I'd just gotten lost. Easier that way. That night back at camp, I showered until the hot water ran cold. When I stepped out, the mirror above the sink was fogged again. My reflection looked exhausted, hollow-eyed. But when I turned away, it didn't. It kept staring. I left the bathroom light on and slept on the floor with my boots still on. Over the next week, the reflection followed me everywhere. I'd glance at the window while driving and see two faces, mine and another, half a second delayed. My radio crackled with faint whispers that stopped the moment I turned the volume up. Every puddle became a threat. Finally, I decided to report everything. I thought if I put it all on record, someone might take it seriously. I spent an entire evening writing my incident report, detailing everything from the first sighting to the reflection that followed me home. I printed it, sealed it in an envelope, and placed it on Keaton's desk. When I came in the next morning, the envelope was gone. No one mentioned it. But on my desk in its place was a photo. Another one, me again standing by the lake. Only this time, my reflection was alone. I wasn't in the real image at all. That was when I realized it was never about Clara. The lake didn't want her, it wanted us. Anyone who looked long enough. Anyone who saw themselves too clearly. 3 nights ago, I got another radio transmission. This time clearer. B, it said in my own voice. You shouldn't have left. The reflection in my window mouthed the same words a moment later. Now, even without mirrors, I can feel it. Like there's another heartbeat since just a fraction behind mine. When I blink, sometimes the world stays bright for a split second longer than it should, because the other me hasn't blinked yet. I don't know what the lake is. Maybe it's not water at all. Maybe it's a boundary, the thin film between what we are and what's watching us be. But I do know this. It remembers everyone who's ever stood at its edge. And lately, I've started to see other faces in the corners of glass. Faces I recognize from old Ranger rosters. People who disappeared long before I started. All of them staring back like they're waiting for someone to trade places. I keep my curtains closed now. I shower in the dark. I unplug every reflective screen. But there's no hiding from reflection. It finds surfaces where you wouldn't think to look. Last night, I was half asleep when I heard footsteps outside my cabin. Not heavy boots, bare feet on gravel. I froze. Then a knock on the window. 3 soft taps. I didn't move. The tapping came again louder. Then a voice, quiet and calm. Mine. Bae, it said. You forgot to turn off the light. I didn't have any lights on. When I looked, the window was a perfect mirror, showing the inside of the cabin, not the forest beyond. And in that reflection, I saw myself standing by the window smiling back. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the cabin floor, flashlight in hand, staring at that window until sunrise. When the first light came, the glass cleared, normal again. Outside, no footprints, not even dew disturbed. Just the quiet stretch of forest road, and my own heartbeat echoing inside my skull. I thought leaving the park might save me. Maybe distance could dull whatever bond the lake had made. So I resigned, filed the paperwork, packed my few belongings, and headed east towards Spokane. New apartment, new job offer with a conservation group. Ordinary life, or something close to it. For a while, it worked. The first few weeks passed in calm silence. I started sleeping through the night again. I even hung a mirror in the hallway. Not because I trusted it, but because I wanted to prove I could. The reflection stared back like it was supposed to. Predictable. Tamed. Until it wasn't. It began subtly. My reflection's eyes wouldn't quite meet mine. Its expression lagged just a breath behind. Then one morning I noticed condensation on the mirror's inside surface, as if there was humidity behind the glass. A faint outline of a handprint appeared there. I took it down, wrapped it in a blanket, and threw it in the dumpster behind the building. The next morning it was back on my wall, hung perfectly level. I stopped pretending it could be explained. Whatever lived in that water had crossed over. The lake didn't need to be near. It only needed reflection. any reflection. That night, I drove back. I didn't pack this time. No plan, no authorization. Just an old ranger's badge in my pocket, and a dull ache in my gut that felt like inevitability. I reached the old access road near midnight. The sign for Trail 99 had rotted off the post, but the path remained, faint and half eaten by moss. The forest knew me. It recognized what I'd become, half belonging to its mirrored world already. My footsteps made no sound. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. By the time I reached the clearing, fog had rolled in thick, silver, gray. The lake waited exactly where it always had, still and perfect. My flashlight beam stopped inches from the water's edge, swallowed whole by reflection. And there she was, Clara, standing on the other side, like we'd never left. She looked exactly as she had the last day I saw her. Same ranger jacket, same braid down her shoulder, but her skin was paler, almost translucent. Her eyes reflected light like glass. "You came back," she said, though her mouth didn't move. The sound came from everywhere. The water, the trees, maybe my own head. I had to. My voice cracked. "I need to know what it is. What it wants." "It doesn't want," she said gently. "It remembers." The reflection of the trees behind her began to ripple again. For a moment, I thought I saw other figures there. Faces I knew from old search bulletins. Former rangers who'd vanished over the decades. They stood in rows behind Clara, perfectly still, all facing me. "You can come through," she said, and smiled that same too smooth smile. "It's not death. It's just the other side of seeing." I took a step closer. The water didn't ripple. My own reflection stared back, wide-eyed, shaking, but it didn't match my movements anymore. When I exhaled, it smiled. When I blinked, it didn't. "Clara," I whispered behind it. Her expression softened. Everything we left unseen. Then she raised her hand. I didn't mean to mirror her, but I did. My palm pressed against the cool surface, and this time it gave, thin and flexible, like cellophane stretched between worlds. Beneath it, I felt warmth, a pulse. My pulse. The lake began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that I felt in my teeth. The reflection of the sky dimmed until it was darker than night. Shapes moved beneath the water, luminous outlines shifting in slow spirals, almost human but not quite. For one brief, impossible moment, I saw through it, through them. Rows and rows of mirrored beings, each tethered to a counterpart above, their movements echoing ours with a half-second delay. Not copies, not ghosts, something older, observers. They mimicked life so perfectly they'd learned to envy it. "Once you've seen them," Clara's voice whispered, "they see you back. They need balance. Someone has to stay above, someone below." The hand beneath mine tightened, pulling. The water clung to my skin like liquid mercury, stretching upward. My reflection reached for me, its mouth open in silent scream, or maybe laughter. I fired again. The shot shattered the stillness but didn't break the surface. The reflection only rippled, amused. Then the water stilled, flat as glass once more. My reflection was gone. So was Clara. I staggered back, fell to my knees. The hum faded, replaced by the faint rustle of wind returning to the trees. For the first time in what felt like hours, I heard real sound again. Crickets, distant frogs, the world remembering itself. And then, my radio crackled. "Unit 4, copy."
"Hale, is that you?"
It was Keaton's voice. Distant, grainy but real. I almost sobbed. "This is Hale," I gasped. I turned to look behind me, but there was no trail, just black trees pressing closer. I'm at Mirror Lake. I found. Static swallowed the line. When it cleared, another voice spoke. Mine? Copy that. I dropped the radio. It hit the dirt with a hollow sound. The air grew colder. Mist began to rise from the lake, rolling over the shore in ribbons. I could see my breath now, and behind it, faint outlines moving within the fog. Figures walking, slow and synchronized. Their shapes flickered like reflections catching on uneven water. I backed away, heart pounding. Every step I took, they matched exactly, a perfect mirrored echo in the mist. Then one of them stopped. The others froze too. The shape stepped forward, directly out of the fog, silent, certain. It was me. Not reflection me, not mirrored. The real, solid, impossible me. Same clothes, same scars, same trembling breath. She spoke softly. You left the window open. I turned to run, but the forest bent around me. Trees realigned, pathways looping back. Every direction led toward the water. The fog thickened until up and down were only guesses. When I finally reached the shore again, the other me was waiting. So was Clara. So were the others. They stood at the edge like mourners at a grave. The surface between us glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. It's easier if you don't fight, Clara whispered. You'll see. On that side, everything fits. I closed my eyes. For a moment, I saw flashes of every reflection I'd ever glanced at. Bathroom mirror, puddle, window pane, each holding the faintest shimmer of life behind it. How many times had I mistaken watching for coincidence? The lake sighed. My reflection reached out again, and this time, I didn't pull away. The surface broke like thin ice. Cold surged up my arm, through my chest, filling my lungs with something heavier than water. For one blinding instant, I was everywhere, both sides at once. And then I wasn't. They found my truck 2 days later, abandoned on the old road. No footprints nearby. No sign of struggle. Just a damp patch of soil shaped like two hands pressed flat against the ground. Ranger Keaton filed the report himself. Ranger Hale, presumed missing in the line of duty. They closed that area of the park again. Unstable terrain. Months later, hikers started posting online about a hidden lake they'd found off the main trail. Said it was the clearest water they'd ever seen. Said when they leaned close, they could almost see the clouds moving in perfect rhythm. Almost. One of them uploaded a short video. It made its way through forums before disappearing. You can still find screenshots if you know where to look. A woman standing at the shore, smiling faintly. Looks a lot like me. Only her reflection's eyes are open wider, and if you watch long enough, you'll see her reflection reach out. Not toward her, toward the camera. My name is Dylan Reese, and I've been a seasonal park ranger for nearly 4 years. Most of my work involves backcountry patrol, checking trail conditions, monitoring fire hazards, and helping the occasional hiker who underestimated just how big remote wilderness really is. I've always preferred solitude. That was part of the job's appeal. I like the kind of quiet that sits heavy, like a blanket pulled over the whole forest. It made me feel small, but in a comforting way. Until the night that changed what solitude meant to me. It started during the late fall rotation. The park had already emptied out of most tourists, and my assignment was to cover the northern loop. A stretch of steep switchbacks, thin birch groves, and one of the coldest valleys in the range. There were only 2 backcountry camps designated along that route. Camp 14 and Camp 15, spaced about 8 miles apart. Both had old stone fire pits, a food cache cable, and little else. That evening, I was late getting back down from a boundary check. The sun had dropped faster than I expected, and I was still about 2 miles from Camp 15. My headlamp flickered weakly against the rising mist, but I spotted what looked like a small clearing through the trees. An orange glow just visible between the trunks. A fire pit. At first, I thought maybe a couple of hunters had set up illegally. It wouldn't have been unusual. But when I stepped into the clearing, I found no one there. Just a circle of blackened stones, faint embers still glowing inside, and a ring of disturbed dirt where a tent must have been pitched recently. There was no gear, no footprints, no voices. It was already freezing, and the fog was rolling in thick, curling between my boots like low smoke. I convinced myself someone must have left just a few hours earlier. Maybe they'd packed up before dark and forgotten to douse their coals. I kicked a little dirt over the embers, built the fire back up, and set my tent nearby. That was my first mistake. I didn't notice anything wrong until around midnight. The fire had burned low, and the woods were utterly still. No owls, no insects, just the soft hiss of wind through the grass. Then came the sound of movement. It wasn't close at first. Just a faint rustle, like someone dragging a branch across the ground. I froze, listening. The noise circled my tent slowly, brushing the dry leaves in a deliberate rhythm. "Hello," I called out, unzipping the flap halfway. My flashlight beam sliced through the mist. Nothing moved beyond the flicker of white fog. But the sound stopped. That, somehow, was worse. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a fox, something small. I zipped the tent back up, rolled onto my side, and tried to let exhaustion take over. When I woke the next morning, my pack was gone. At first, I thought I'd left it inside the vestibule. But after searching the tent and the fire pit area, I found it sitting 20 feet away, leaning neatly against a birch tree, zipped shut. My food bag had been pulled out and left open, though nothing was missing except the jerky. The oddest part, the zipper wasn't torn. It had been carefully closed again. I checked my map to orient myself and frowned. According to it, there was no clearing marked here at all, just unbroken forest. Camp 15 was still another mile ahead. By then, daylight had burned away the fog, and everything looked perfectly ordinary. The same kind of crisp fall, morning I'd woken to 100 times before. I figured fatigue must have made me sloppy. Maybe I'd wandered slightly off trail and mistaken some old hunter's pit for a camp. No harm done, except that afternoon. When I reached the real Camp 15, something had already changed. There was another fire pit, this one clearly official, ringed by cement, ashes cold. But when I went to unpack, I noticed the strangest thing: my food bag smelled rotten. Not faintly, but strong, as if everything inside had spoiled overnight. The bread was soaked through, fruit blackened, and even the sealed packets of dehydrated meals bulged with gas. I double sealed them in my beer can. There was no reason they should have gone bad. The nearest ranger station was 10 miles away, too far to turn back before dark. I told myself I'd sort it out in the morning. That night, I lit another fire, sat against my pack, and tried not to think about how quiet it was again, how even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. Around midnight, it started up once more, the dragging sound. This time closer, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent. The beam cut through fog so dense it felt physical. like a curtain I could push against. For a moment, I thought I saw movement. Something low to the ground, pale, sliding just beyond the light's edge. "Who's there?" My voice came out harsher than I intended. The sound stopped. Then, from behind me, I heard my own voice answer back, perfectly clear. "Who's there?" The blood drained from my face. I spun around, shining the light through the trees. No one only missed. I backed toward the fire, my hands shaking. The woods were silent again. But it was the kind of silence that listens. I tossed more wood into the flames and stayed awake until dawn. When I finally crawled out, exhausted, the ground beside my tent had changed. Someone, or something, had traced letters into the dirt. The grooves were sharp and deliberate, like drawn by a stick or knife point. EVUIRUNTNVTD. The dirt was damp fresh. I stared at those words for a long time, too tired to feel scared at first. Then something cold settled under my skin, spreading outward. My first instinct was to grab my pack and go, but every direction looked the same. Gray, heavy forest fading into fog. I forced myself to pack slowly, methodically. No panic. Just one step at a time. The air felt thicker with every breath, like the woods themselves were aware of me, waiting. When I finally found the trail again, it wasn't where it should have been. It curved the wrong way, deeper into trees I didn't recognize. I turned back toward the clearing. It was gone. The fire pit, the sign in the dirt. Even the flattened grass where I'd pitched my tent, all of it had vanished into untouched ground. Just moss and birch roots. That's when I realized the forest wasn't just trying to scare me off. It was trying to erase the fact that I'd ever been there at all. I made it halfway down the ridge before I stopped to catch my breath. My compass needle was spinning in slow, erratic circles. North didn't exist anymore. I could still see faint wisps of smoke rising behind me. Thin, gray, dissolving into the tree line like something exhaling. I told myself I just needed to keep walking downhill until I hit the river. But every time I glanced over my shoulder, the trees looked closer, the path narrower, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were rearranging themselves around me, deciding where I was allowed to go. By noon, the fog had rolled back in. I recognized nothing. The landmarks, the slope, even the shape of the valley were different. That's when I saw it again. A clearing ahead, a faint orange flicker, a fire pit. Only this time I didn't step forward. I stayed at the tree line, watching. The fire burned steady, small flames licking the stones. There was a tent pitched beside it, tan, identical to mine. My breath caught. I knew my tent was strapped to my pack, yet there it stood, zippered shut. Something moved inside it. I didn't go closer. I couldn't. The figure's silhouette pressed faintly against the tent wall. Human, shaped but wrong in its stillness. Too tall, limbs slightly bent. It leaned forward as if listening. Then the zipper began to slide down slowly from the inside. That was enough. I turned and ran. Branches whipped against my face, roots clawed my boots, but I didn't stop until my lungs burned. I don't know how long I kept moving. Hours, maybe. When I finally stumbled into a recognizable stretch of trail marked with an old ranger blaze, I almost cried. The station lights appeared just before dusk. I radioed in as soon as I could, but the transmission kept breaking with static, like the forest itself was interfering. Back at the cabin, one of the senior rangers, Clara, took one look at me and said, "You look like hell." Reese. I told her I must have camped in an old spot, maybe on private land. She nodded slowly, eyes unreadable. "Yeah," she said. "There are places up there that don't like to be borrowed." I didn't sleep that night. I could still smell the rot of my spoiled food, still see the words carved into the dirt when I closed my eyes. And even now, when I walk past the map posted on the station wall, I swear there's a faint smudge where a clearing should be. Like something once existed there, and then didn't. I didn't go back out for 3 days after that. The lead ranger called it decompression time. But I think Clara pulled some strings to keep me off the schedule. She'd seen it before. Rangers coming back from long backcountry, stints looking pale and hollow-eyed, acting like they'd left part of themselves in the woods. When I finally returned to duty, I was stationed closer to the main road, covering the trailhead posts and short day hikes. Safer work, boozier. I told myself I'd gotten turned around, maybe stumbled into some hunter's trapline or unmarked property. The human mind does strange things when the fog gets thick and the dark stretches long. But denial only lasts so long in a place like that. It started small again. The first time was when I was checking one of the camp registration boxes near the East Trail. Inside, among the log sheets and pencils, someone had left a torn piece of paper. At first glance, it looked like a ranger note, neatly folded, same type of stationery. But when I unfolded it, my stomach turned cold. Elwi, Yewawarnantayan Viid. The handwriting wasn't mine, but I recognized the shape of each letter, the same shallow carving style from the dirt. Jagged lines, uneven spacing, almost like whoever wrote it wasn't used to writing at all. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe a prank. Maybe some kid heard the story secondhand. Still, I pocketed the paper and didn't mention it to anyone. That night, while logging trail reports, I heard something tap against the cabin window. Just one soft knock. Then another. Outside, fog had rolled in thick from the valley. I shone my flashlight across the yard, expecting maybe a branch or raccoon. The beam caught nothing but white. Still, the knock came again, higher up this time, like fingertips brushing the glass. "Clara," I called out, even though I knew she'd gone home hours ago. No answer. I stepped closer. The window pane was fogged from condensation, and for a split second, a handprint appeared on the inside of the glass, 5 long streaks dragging downward. But I was standing 3 feet away. The glass was cold when I touched it, colder than the night air. That's when I started to wonder if leaving had really meant I'd gotten out. The following morning, I hiked up toward Camp 14 to check on storm damage. It was routine. Make sure no trees had fallen across the path. Confirm the food cable was still usable, that kind of thing. I wasn't expecting anything unusual. But halfway up the ridge, I began to notice something strange. Every trail marker looked off by a few degrees. They were still nailed to the trees, still painted white with the same number, but turned slightly, as if someone had rotated them by hand. Enough to point the path subtly elsewhere. At first, I corrected them, straightening each sign as I went. But the farther I climbed, the more it felt like I was being guided. Not lost, not yet, but steered. The woods were so quiet I could hear the blood in my ears. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge overlook. A sheer drop where you could see the valley fog rolling like waves below. There was a faint campfire smell in the air, wood smoke and something else, sweet like decay masked by pine. I followed the scent. The ground sloped downward, rocky and uneven. And there, through a stand of birch trees, was another clearing, My stomach dropped. It wasn't the clearing, at least, not exactly. The shape was slightly different, the trees a few feet farther apart. But in the center, someone had built a new fire pit, blackened and cold. The earth around it was scuffed with boot prints, old and fresh overlapping. I didn't mean to step closer, but my body did it anyway, drawn forward like gravity had shifted. There was something scratched into the dirt again. Not words this time. A symbol, a ring, broken at one side like an open mouth. Around it, smaller lines radiated outward, marks like branches or limbs. It reminded me of the way tree roots look when a storm topples one over. I crouched down, tracing it with my glove. The dirt was damp, fresh enough that it crumbled wet beneath my fingers. Then I heard it. A voice. My voice. Dylan. It came from behind me. I spun around, flashlight jerking in my hand. The beam landed on a figure standing just beyond the edge of the clearing. Tall, thin, unmoving. Its clothes looked wrong. Layered in old fabric, mottled like bark or moss. I couldn't see its face, but it tilted its head slowly, almost curiously, as if studying me. Then it spoke again in my exact tone. Dylan, I stumbled backward, heart hammering. Who are you? I managed, but it only repeated my words perfectly like a playback. Who are you? Every syllable matched, even the tremor in my breath. When I shone the light directly at its face, the beam flickered. For a split second, I thought I saw my own reflection staring back. Same eyes, same mouth, but too wide. The face rippled like something underwater. I turned and ran. Branches snapped underfoot, the forest swallowing sound behind me. I didn't stop until I hit the main trail again, lungs burning, throat raw. When I finally reached the ranger station, I went straight to Clara's quarters. She opened the door, saw my expression, and didn't even ask at first. Just poured a cup of black coffee and slid it toward me. I told her everything, about the window, the clearing, the voice that used mine. When I finished, she sat back, eyes tired but not surprised. You shouldn't have set up camp there that first night, she said quietly. I know that now. No, she said. I mean, you really shouldn't have. That pit you found, it's not public land, not ours. There are old boundaries up north, lines that don't show on maps anymore. People used to live out there before the park was established. Homesteaders, hermits, cults, take your pick. When they left, the forest didn't forget where they'd been. She hesitated, then added, there's a reason we keep the camps numbered and maintained. They aren't just for hikers. They're markers, safe spots. Step outside them, and the woods stop recognizing you as one of theirs. Her tone wasn't dramatic. It was matter of fact, like she was telling me the weather forecast. I wanted to believe she was being poetic, but the way she looked at me said otherwise. Later that night, I lay awake in my bunk, the radio softly crackling on the desk beside me. Somewhere beyond the cabin, I heard movement again, slow footsteps through gravel, circling the outer wall. Then, through the static, the radio picked up a whisper. You stayed too long. My hand froze over the dial. The voice faded into white noise, then silence. I didn't sleep. By morning, the ground outside my cabin had changed again. The same ring-shaped symbol was etched into the dirt, only larger this time, wider than my arm span. The lines so deep they cut into the frost. And in the center of it, lying neatly folded, was my park uniform shirt, the one I'd worn that first night at the wrong campsite. The smell hit me before I touched it. Rot, wet soil, something old. When I lifted it with the end of a stick, the fabric left a damp outline on the ground. Underneath, the dirt was darker, like it had been burned. I went straight to Clara, but when we returned together 10 minutes later, it was gone. The ground was smooth, untouched. No shirt, no symbol. Not even the disturbance where we'd stood. She didn't question what I'd seen. She just looked out into the trees and said quietly, "Sometimes the woods take something personal, just to see if you'll come looking for it." I stared at her, unsure if she meant that literally. She gave a small nod toward the trail beyond the station. "If you do go back, don't answer when it calls your name." The rest of that day passed like a blur. I kept replaying her words. I'd seen strange things before. Fires that burned blue, animal tracks that started and stopped mid-snow, but nothing that responded. Nothing that knew me. By dusk, I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to let the forest keep whatever it had taken. Maybe that was pride. Maybe it was fear wearing another face. Either way, I packed a light bag, clipped my radio to my belt, and started up the ridge again. The woods were waiting. The fog was waiting for me at the tree line. Not rolling, not drifting, just waiting, motionless as smoke trapped under glass. I hesitated only once before stepping into it. The radio at my hip murmuring static like an anxious heartbeat. The beam from my flashlight cut, maybe 10 feet ahead before vanishing into gray. Every step felt swallowed whole. The forest had gone soundless again, that same suffocating quiet from the first night. No birds, no wind. Even the crunch of my boots seemed muted, like the ground didn't want to remember I was there. I followed what I thought was the same route up the ridge, though the terrain felt rearranged. Trees grew in different places. Rocks jutted from the earth where none had been before. I knew I should have turned back, but the memory of that shirt, the way it smelled like something freshly dug up, kept pulling me forward. By the time I reached the overlook, dusk had folded the light into a dull blue haze. The fog below looked solid, a rolling sea of clouds spilling between the hills. For a moment, I felt the pull of it, the hypnotic rhythm of that mist. It almost looked like something breathing. Then I saw it. A faint, pulsing glow deeper in the woods. The fire pit. Only this time, it wasn't orange. The light shimmered pale white, cold and wrong, like a lantern held underwater. I followed. The clearing was just as I remembered. Same shape, same ring of stones. But everything else was off. The trees surrounding it leaned inward, trunks bowed as if listening. My old footprints were gone, replaced by fresher ones circling the fire pit in a tight spiral. Too many to count. And in the center of the stones burned a fire made of ash, white flames. They rose soundlessly, flickering but giving no heat. My pack lay beside it. My old one, the one I'd carried that first night. I crouched down slowly, heart hammering. The zippers were intact. I unfastened the top and saw all my gear neatly arranged. Compass, journal, sealed food packs. None of it rotten now. The fruit was still bright, the jerky fresh. For a second, relief flickered through me. Then I noticed the journal's cover. It wasn't mine. Same size, same color. But when I flipped it open, the handwriting wasn't familiar. It was mine, but not mine. The entries were word for word what I'd written over the past week. Only every page ended the same way. You aren't invited. I stepped back, throat tight. The fog thickened around the edges of the clearing, walls closing in. Shapes began to form in it, figures faint as smoke, moving in a slow circle. Their faces were featureless, just impressions in the mist, but they moved with eerie purpose. Then one stepped closer. It had my height, my build, my jacket, and when it turned its head slightly, I saw my own face looking back. Not a mirror image, an imitation, like something had tried to remember me and failed. The eyes were too wide, the mouth too still. It tilted its head in the same way the figure had before, curious, studying. "Dylan," it said, my voice stretched thin, almost thoughtful. I stumbled backward. "Stay away from me." The thing blinked slowly, then repeated, "Stay away from me." Behind it, the other figures whispered in unison, faint and layered, like wind through dead grass. The words twisted, overlapping. Fragments of my own speech. Pieces of everything I'd said aloud in these woods. "Hello." "Who's there?" "Clara, don't." Each phrase came back warped, out of rhythm. I turned and ran. The trees closed in fast. Every direction looked the same: birch, moss, fog. I tried to follow the slope downward, but the trail underfoot kept changing, branching, merging again. My compass needle spun wildly. Somewhere behind me, the voices followed. Not chasing, just calling. My name. Over and over, I caught flashes between the trees. White flickers, faces blooming briefly from the fog, then vanishing. The forest pulsed with them, the same rhythm as breath. When I finally burst out onto flat ground, I thought I'd escaped, but the clearing was there again. The same one. Only now there were two fires burning, one orange, one white. My knees nearly buckled. Between the fires stood Clara, or something wearing her. Her uniform hung stiff, her eyes reflecting both fires like mirrors. She smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth trembling. "You came back," she said. My throat went dry. "Clara, you shouldn't have," she said gently. "They don't let go if you come back." Her voice sounded distant, almost doubled. I took a step forward. "What is this place?" She tilted her head, the same uncanny motion I'd seen before. "It's a campsite. You said it. You invited them. You stayed. I left." "No," she said, and her voice splintered like static. "You never did." Behind her, the white fire flared higher, and the air filled with a dry whispering. Hundreds of overlapping voices, all my own. I stumbled back, shielding my face. The flames didn't burn, but the air around them warped, bending light like heat on asphalt. When I looked again, Clara was gone. In her place stood the figure, my imitation, its face blank now, the features dissolving like chalk in water. It raised a hand and pointed toward the ground beside me. There, traced in the dirt, was a new message. "Stai. Yeo biolonger e." I kicked the dirt over it and ran again. My lungs ached, every breath ragged. I didn't look back until I saw the faint outline of the trailhead sign through thinning fog. The moment I stepped past it, the forest exhaled. The mist thinned. The air warmed. Birds started calling somewhere distant, sharp and alive. I collapsed against a tree, shaking. By the time I made it to the ranger station, the sun was up. Clara was there, real, solid, sipping coffee at the porch table. She looked up, startled. "Reese, where the hell did you go? You were off radio all night." I couldn't answer. My throat was raw, my brain empty. She helped me inside, sat me down, and I told her everything again, every detail. The twin fires, the voices, the imitation of her. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You need to leave the park." I thought she meant for the day, but she meant for good. "They've marked you," she said. "It's not punishment, it's notice. The woods don't want you anymore." And once that happens, it's only a matter of time before you can't tell which world you're walking in. I left that afternoon, packed everything, filed my resignation, and drove until the mountains disappeared in the rearview mirror. But it didn't end there. A week later, in a small motel outside Spokane, I woke to the sound of tapping on the window. Same rhythm as before. I told myself it was a tree branch. Then came the whisper, soft but unmistakable, "Dylan." The air smelled like pine smoke and damp earth. I checked out before dawn and started heading east. I didn't stop until I crossed 3 state lines. But the strange thing is, no matter how far I've gone, I still wake sometimes to the same smell. The same silence that listens. 2 nights ago, I pulled into a roadside campground in Nebraska. Just a patch of gravel and grass, nothing fancy. I set up my small tent, lit a fire, and tried to let my body relax into normalcy again. The flames crackled softly. For a while, it almost worked. Then I noticed the stones around the pit, blackened, arranged in a ring. Too familiar. My breath caught. I looked around. The same spacing of trees, the same faint slope of ground. When I pulled out my map, there was nothing marked there. Just blank space. I didn't sleep that night. At some point near dawn, I stepped outside to pack up, and that's when I saw it. Someone, or something, had written in the dust near my tent, "Lev, Urantan Vitid." The handwriting was mine. I drove out before sunrise. Didn't look back. I don't know what I brought with me from that forest. Maybe nothing. Maybe just a shadow of the place. But sometimes, when I park for the night and turn off the engine, the silence that follows feels too deep. Like the world is waiting for me to make the wrong move again. Maybe I already did. Sometimes I think about that first night, the clearing, the fog, the warmth of the fire that didn't belong to me. I wonder if that's where I stopped being a visitor and started being part of the place. I used to think the woods were alive. Now I think they just remember, and they remember me too well. My name is Eliza Carrington. I am a park ranger stationed in Olympic National Park, Washington. I began my post in the spring of 2016. Fresh out of training, idealistic, and naive enough to believe that wilderness was only dangerous when approached carelessly. I learned otherwise by my 3rd year, when I met the man who spoke to the trees. Olympic is a place that feels older than language. Even after years of patrols, I sometimes caught myself lowering my voice as though entering a cathedral. The air carries something dense there. Moss over cedar, fog over soil. In the mornings, the forest doesn't wake so much as it stirs. You hear things before you see them. Footsteps where there shouldn't be any. Branches bending under weight you can't locate. The first time I heard him was early June. I was doing a solo patrol near the Bogachil River, checking boundary markers that hikers often tampered with for shortcuts. I remember the steady drizzle, the way mist clung low to the ferns. I paused at a small clearing to take notes, and that's when I heard a man's voice. It wasn't shouting, more like murmuring, rhythmic and low. I turned off my radio and listened. The voice came from somewhere beyond the next ridge, faint but deliberate. I could make out no words, only a cadence, as if he were reading aloud in a language I didn't recognize. My first assumption was a hiker. Plenty of people camp off trail illegally. But when I hiked closer, the air changed. It wasn't just quiet. It was hollow, like sound itself had drawn back. I found signs of someone's presence. Soon after, footprints, bare, pressed deep in the mud. No boot tread, no shoe pattern. Bare feet. The prints led into denser growth where the ferns grew shoulder high, and I followed, against my better judgment. My radio gave a sharp burst of static before cutting out entirely. When I finally saw him, he was standing among the cedars, facing one of them as if in conversation. He didn't turn when I approached, not even when I said, "Hello, sir." He was barefoot, yes, but not shivering despite the cold mist. His clothes were little more than torn canvas and rope tied at the waist. His hair hung in clumps, streaked with dirt and pine needles. "Sir, this area is restricted," I said, keeping my tone steady. "You can't be here without a backcountry permit." He didn't answer. He pressed his hand against the tree's bark and whispered something. A few soft syllables that sounded almost melodic. Then he turned toward me. His eyes were pale gray, so light they seemed colorless. "Do they still ask for help?" he asked. I blinked, thrown. "Ooh, the ones who were lost," he said. "The rangers. The ones who went missing." I asked his name, but he only smiled faintly. "Names are for keeping," he said. "And you shouldn't keep things here." I radioed in for backup, but the signal wouldn't carry. When I looked up from the handset, he was gone. No sound of footsteps, no branches breaking. Just gone. Back at station later that night, I mentioned the encounter in my log, noting his description and the location. My supervisor, Ranger Geller, skimmed it, frowned, and said, "You were near marker 79. I confirmed, he told me, almost too casually, that the area had been closed for restoration after soil instability, though I'd never seen any such notice. When I asked further, he said, "You probably met one of the transient campers. Happens." But there was something off about the way he avoided eye contact. 2 days later, I went back to the site, this time with full gear camera, GPS, and a printed map. I found the same clearing. The footprints were gone, washed away by rain, but on the cedar trunk where the man had placed his hand, the bark was stripped clean in a perfect oval, about the size of a face. Sap leaked down like resin tears. I took photos, but the images came out blurred, warped in a strange radial pattern, as if the lens had bent around that space. The next week brought new reports, faint voices at dusk, heard by 2 hikers along the Hoh River Trail. One claimed a man was singing, though they couldn't find him. Another said it sounded more like whispering through the trees themselves. I checked the area, finding nothing but wind. Yet the air had that same hollowness I remembered, the kind of silence that feels deliberate. I started dreaming of him, or rather, of the forest where I'd seen him. In those dreams, he wasn't talking to trees. The trees were answering. A month later, we received a call from maintenance crews repairing the North Point Fire Road. They'd found human remains tangled in roots, old, partially fossilized bones, a badge still rusted to one rib. The nameplate read Ranger P. Darnell. He'd vanished in 1983, long before I was born. His disappearance was listed as unresolved. When they radioed the find, the words from that strange man returned to me. "Do they still ask for help?" I couldn't shake it. I started digging through archives at the ranger station, trying to trace all missing personnel from the park's history. There were more than I'd realized. 12 cases dating back to the 1940s. Some written off as accidents, others as runaways. But the strangest detail: 4 of those disappearances occurred in the same section, near Bogachil, where I'd seen him. The next time I patrolled that area, I brought an old analog recorder, one of the clunky hand-held models. If my radio wouldn't work there, I'd at least have proof of what I heard. Near dusk, I reached the same cedar grove. The fog had thickened, gold at the edges where sunlight tried to break through. I turned on the recorder. For a few minutes, all I captured was wind and distant dripping. Then, faintly, a voice, not my own. It spoke low and clear, the same cadence as before. I raised the mic, following the sound. It wasn't a voice in front of me. It was coming from within the trees themselves. Not through them, inside them. I know how that sounds. But the resonance didn't echo outward. It vibrated through the trunks, a hum that you could feel if you touched the bark. And then, faintly under the whispering, I heard my own name. Ranger Carrington. My blood went cold. I spun around, calling out. No response. I played the recording back right there. The tape hissed, but the voice didn't replay. Only my breathing and the soft static of wind through branches. I returned to station pale and shaken. Jeller took one look at me and said, "You went back there again, didn't you?" When I asked what he meant, he sighed and closed the office door. "Look," he said. "That area's not on the public map for a reason. There's something under the soil. Some kind of fungal network that screws with instruments. Old rangers used to say it made trees speak. It doesn't. It just carries sound weirdly. Makes you think you're hearing things." He smiled thinly, but it didn't reach his eyes. Before I left, I asked him something I shouldn't have. Did Ranger Darnell ever report hearing voices before he disappeared? Jeller froze for a beat too long. Then he said, "You don't need to dig that far back, Carrington. Some stories belong to the forest." That night, my recorder turned itself on. I'd left it on my desk, switched off, battery half dead. Yet I woke at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of it whirring. The tape inside was spinning. When I pressed stop, I saw the small screen flicker. The timestamp wasn't the current date. It read June 14th, 1983. The night Ranger Darnell vanished. And just before the tape ended, a faint male voice whispered, almost kind, almost close enough to breathe against my ear, "They still ask for help." I didn't sleep after that night. I sat at my desk with the recorder between my palms, watching the battery die as the timestamp flickered back to normal. June 14th, 1983, then 2019, then blank. I replaced the batteries, rewound the tape, and played it again. Nothing but static. By morning, I'd convinced myself it had to be a glitch. Old tech, old tape. That was all. But something in me knew I was lying to myself. You don't forget the feeling of someone whispering your name in the dark, especially when the voice doesn't belong to anyone alive. I didn't report the incident. Not officially. I logged it as equipment malfunction, closed the entry, and forced myself to continue normal patrols. Still, I started noticing patterns I hadn't seen before. Each time I passed near the Bogachil sector, my compass drifted. Not just off north, but circling lazily, as though caught in a slow eddy. The soil there was slick and black, the kind that clings to your boots even when the trail's dry. I began finding small carvings on the trees near the grove, symbols etched shallowly into bark spirals, triangles, hash marks in sets of 5. Some were fresh. Others had been swallowed by decades of growth. One morning, Ranger Holt, a veteran in his 50s, asked if I'd been near that sector recently. "Because," he said, "someone's been playing jokes. We found footprints again. Bare ones." He said it with a nervous laugh, but his eyes didn't match it. You ask me. That forest grows its own ghosts. He wasn't wrong. That evening, the wind picked up. I was stationed at the lower cabin alone. The others out checking campgrounds. Around midnight, the radio crackled awake without a call sign. Static, then faint words. Ranger Carrington. Followed by what sounded like a low groan, half wind, half human. I answered, thinking it might be Holt or Geller testing a new frequency. This is Carrington. Go ahead. The reply was a single sentence. You shouldn't keep things here. Then silence. I waited a full minute before switching channels, testing for feedback. Nothing. The logbook showed no scheduled transmissions at that hour. When I stepped outside, the night was sharp and cold. The forest moved like breath, slow, rhythmic, alive. My flashlight caught motion near the tree line, a figure, barely visible through fog. Barefoot again. Watching, I called out, my voice steady only by habit. Identify yourself. He didn't move. Didn't even blink. As far as I could tell. Just lifted a hand and placed it against the trunk beside him, like before. Then the wind stopped. All sound drained from the air. That's the part I can't explain. The silence had weight. Not absence of sound, but presence of none. When I stepped forward, the man turned slightly. You still wear the badge, he said, soft as a prayer. Still promise to keep what isn't yours. I'm asking you to leave this area, I said, though my voice faltered. For your own safety. He smiled faintly. Safety is for those who forget the roots. Then he stepped backward into the fog, and the trees behind him bent inward, their branches knitting together as though closing around him. When I reached the spot moments later, there was nothing, only bark wet with condensation and an oval mark, clean, smooth, where his hand had been, back at the cabin. I tried to record my statement while it was fresh, but every word sounded absurd even as I said it aloud. My training told me to rely on evidence. My instincts told me something was deeply wrong. By dawn, I was driving toward headquarters with the recorder and my notes. Ranger Geller was waiting on the porch, sipping coffee like he'd known I'd show up. Couldn't stay away, could you? He said. I saw him again. He sighed. Carrington. He spoke to me. He said the Rangers kept something that wasn't theirs. What does that mean? Geller looked away, his jaw tight. You ever heard of the Forest Service relics? I shook my head. In the old days, he said, before this place was officially designated, the tribes who lived here believed certain trees carried memory. You cut one, you took on its burden, its story, its voice. The first Rangers didn't believe in that, but they logged anyway. Some of those stumps were buried under newer growth. Some weren't. I stared at him. Are you saying the man I saw is some kind of... what? Spirit? He didn't answer. Just looked at the tree line through the window, eyes distant. Sometimes the land keeps score, he murmured. Sometimes it sends someone to collect. The rest of that week passed in half silence. I tried to stay busy. Trail surveys, camper reports, bear activity logs, but the forest had changed. Birds avoided certain patches of trees. My own voice echoed wrong when I called out coordinates over the radio, repeating a fraction of a second too late. On Friday, Holt went missing. He'd been assigned to check storm debris near Ho Entrance, just a few miles from where I'd first met the barefoot man. When he didn't report by nightfall, we organized a search. The next morning, they found his truck still running, door open, flashlight on the ground. Inside the cab, his logbook was open to a single line written in pencil. "They're still asking for help." That was the same sentence from my tape. The forest swallowed our voices during that search. It's hard to explain if you haven't been there, how Olympics rainforests muffle sound like a sponge. But this was different. Even our dogs hesitated, whining at the air, like they heard something we couldn't. We found Holt's hat snagged on a root system near the river. His radio too, half buried in silt. But no sign of him. When night fell, the fog rolled in thick as cloth. I stayed back with 2 volunteers, combing the creek banks with lanterns. And then, from somewhere beyond the reach of light, came a voice. Not Holt's, it said. "He listens now." The words were close, too close. I swung my beam toward the sound. Every tree around us seemed to lean just slightly, their branches trembling though the air was still. My partner called out, "Ranger Carrington." "Over here!" He was kneeling by the base of a cedar. The roots there were lifted, exposing a hollow. Inside, a hand, pale, calloused. Fingers curled as if still grasping for something. But the wrist ended not in torn flesh, but in wood. Bark creeping up the forearm like veins, merging into it. I stumbled back. One of the volunteers gagged. We radioed for immediate extraction, but the signal kept looping. Every attempt to call headquarters returned the same clipped replay, our own voices repeating out of sync. "Ranger Carrington, over. Carrington, over. Caring." When we finally made it back to the trucks, Jeller was already there. Somehow he'd known to come. He didn't speak, just looked at the hand, at the tree that had grown to keep it. Then he said quietly, "That's far enough." They closed off the area within the hour. No official statement was released. Holt was declared missing, presumed dead in the line of duty. The report cited unstable terrain and river collapse. I didn't argue. I'd learned by then what happens to people who keep asking questions here. 2 days later, I woke to find my boots damp though I hadn't left the cabin. Mud streaked the floor near my bed. When I followed it, the prints led to the door, bare footprints beside mine. That night, I burned the tape, or thought I did, because the next morning, it was back on my desk, melted around the edges, warped, but intact enough to play. I pressed the button, heart pounding. This time, there was no whisper, no static, only the creak of trees swaying in wind, and a single sound like a heartbeat, slow and deep, pulsing through the recorder. I realized when the desk began to vibrate. It wasn't a heartbeat. It was the roots. 3 nights after the tape returned, the forest began whispering my name again. Not just from the grove, everywhere. The sound came from bark, from wind through branches, from water moving over stones. It was never loud, only certain. Ranger Carrington. It spoke the way fog moves, slow, all-encompassing, impossible to pinpoint. I tried to request transfer, but Jeller misplaced my paperwork. He told me the seasonal transition was coming, that moving stations would only draw attention. I think he meant to protect me, though maybe it was the park he wanted to protect. Either way, I stayed. The others noticed my silence. Ranger Inez asked if I was all right, if the missing personnel were getting to me. I lied, said I just needed rest. What could I have told her? That I woke to the sound of my name breathing through cedar needles. That I'd found sap under my fingernails, though I hadn't touched a tree. The fog grew heavier that week. It didn't rise and fall like usual. It hung. Constant twilight, sun reduced to a faint white circle. Birds stopped calling. Even the insects went still. On the fourth day, Geller vanished. His truck was discovered near the same trailhead where Holtz had been. Inside his glove box, they found his badge, wrapped in a torn page from an old ranger log. I only caught a glimpse before they sealed the evidence, but I know what I saw. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, dated 13/1983. If I go back, maybe they'll let the rest go. I should have left then, but I couldn't. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe the forest had already decided I was staying. That night, the whispering turned rhythmic again, like chanting, low and ancient. I followed it, lantern in hand, recorders slung around my neck. I told myself I needed proof, but what I really wanted was an answer. The air felt charged as I approached the grove. Even the moss glowed faintly, wet and silver in the beam. When I reached the cedar where I'd first seen him, the clearing was open, waiting. The trees formed a ring, roots twisting into a spiral pattern around the center. He stood there, the barefoot man. "You came back," he said. His voice was calm, but the words carried weight, as if they were already part of the place. "I need to understand," I told him. "What are you? What do you want from us?" He smiled, faintly. "Not from you. For you." He gestured toward the ground. I hesitated, then looked closer. Between the roots lay bones. Old, weathered, tangled in fine roots like veins. The remains of uniforms half consumed by soil. Badges rusted into the color of bark. "You keep them," he said softly. "Their names. Their stories. You build your maps over their graves and call it protection. But the forest remembers differently." I shook my head, stepping back. "We didn't. These people went missing. We didn't. You didn't listen." He placed his hand against the nearest trunk. The bark pulsed faintly, as if drawing breath. "They asked for help," he whispered. And the forest answered. Something shifted in the air. The ground trembled, not an earthquake, but a slow rhythmic thud, like something enormous stirring beneath us. The roots lifted, revealing more bone, more fragments of fabric. The trees around us began to creak in unison, voices overlapping in strange, broken phrases. "Oh. Stay. Remember." Each word sounded like breath forced through wood. The man turned toward me, eyes pale and still. "They speak through what remains. Through me. Through you?" Before I could move, the nearest cedar split open with a sound like wet cloth tearing. Inside was darkness, and the faint outline of a face pressed against the inner bark, eyes sealed shut, mouth half open as though mid-cry. I stumbled back, tripping over a root. My lantern fell, its flame sputtering against the damp soil. The grove lit in flashes as the fire danced before dying out, and in that moment of near darkness I saw them. Figures half formed in the trunks, silhouettes suspended in wood. Hands, faces, the lost rangers absorbed into the forest itself. My radio crackled on its own. Static. Then a familiar voice. Geller's, faint and distorted. "Eliza, you can't fight it. Where are you?" I shouted. The voice shifted, overlapping with others, male and female, decades of tones blending into a single pulse. "The roots remember. The roots remember." I ran. The trees seemed to move, leaning to close paths, guiding me deeper instead of out. The forest was no longer a place. It was a living system shifting around me. The ground felt soft, breathing. Every footstep sank deeper into mud that pulsed faintly warm. When I finally reached the riverbank, the fog lifted just enough to show the water. I collapsed to my knees, hands trembling. My recorder was still running, red light blinking. On the playback later, I'd hear what I couldn't then. The whisper just behind me saying, "You still wear the badge." I woke at dawn, mine half in the river. My radio was gone. My boots were missing. My uniform was damp with sap that smelled faintly sweet. I stumbled back to the service road, delirious, and followed it to the ranger station. They said I'd been missing for 2 days. They didn't believe what I told them, but they listened quietly as I handed over the recorder. When the audio was reviewed, they said it contained nothing. No voices, just forest noise. Yet I watched the technician's face drain of color as he listened privately through the headset. When I asked what he'd heard, he just muttered, "It said my name." After that, the grove was declared Restricted Zone Alpha. No public maps show it. Rangers don't speak of it. But I know it's still there. Sometimes I still dream of it. The man, the trees, the pulse under the soil. In those dreams, I'm not afraid, just aware, listening. A month ago, I returned home to my family cabin outside Port Angeles. I resigned from service, tried to forget. But the forest doesn't let you forget. Last week, I found something new outside my door, a cedar sprout growing straight from the gravel, impossibly fast. Its bark was smooth fresh. When I touched it, it felt warm, like skin. And at its base, half buried in moss, lay my badge. I had turned it in when I left. There was sap on the metal, still wet, spelling something crude but legible across its surface. They still ask for help. I keep it sealed in a drawer now. Some nights I hear faint whispering through the walls, soft as leaves moving in windless air. Sometimes it says my name. Sometimes it just hums. The forest out there doesn't end where the trees stop. It lingers in the soil, in what you carry away without meaning to. I think about what the man told me back in the grove. You shouldn't keep things here. He was right. But by the time you realize what belongs to the forest and what belongs to you, it's already too late to return either. I still see bare footprints outside after rain. Only one set. I tell myself they're mine. My name is Dale Mercer. I have been a ranger with the Shenandoah National Park Service for 14 years. Stationed primarily along the Central District near Big Meadows. I've seen fog roll so thick it blots out the road at your knees. Black bears wandering through picnic areas like ghosts, and night skies so full of stars that they make the forest below seem unreal. But what I heard that autumn evening, what called back to me from the trees, was unlike anything I can explain through reason or training. We joke, sometimes, that Shenandoah listens. You clap your hands near Hawksbill Summit, and the sound folds back at you, warping through hollows and cliffs. It's a trick of acoustics, the valley's shape, the way the Blue Ridge cradles sound. You get used to echoes. Your own whistle bouncing back, your own voice chasing you through fog. But what I heard that night didn't echo. It repeated. It was early October, the air sharp and restless, with a coming storm sliding up from the Carolinas. I was on evening patrol near Wetty Oak Canyon, checking trail conditions after a heavy rainfall that had washed out a few bridges. The sun had already dropped behind the ridge, leaving the forest silver and dim. Leaves rustled in the kind of way that makes you think something is moving just beyond your vision. But it's always just the wind. The call came over radio around 6:40 p.m. A hiker reported hearing distress calls near the Lower Falls Trail, someone shouting, "Help me," repeatedly. I knew the area well. That section of the canyon could distort sound. The waterfalls roared against the rock face, throwing voices in strange directions. It wasn't the first time we'd gone searching for someone who turned out to be on a different trail entirely. Still, the report came from a reliable local guide, so I set out with my headlamp and pack, expecting to be out past dark. I parked the truck near the trailhead and began the descent. The air smelled like wet iron. Every sound, the shifting of gravel, the creak of trees, felt amplified. About halfway down, near a section of the trail we called the shelf, I stopped to listen, and that's when I first heard it. Dale, it was my name, my full name, called out in a voice that sounded exactly like my own. The first thing that hit me was confusion. You hear your name out in the woods, and your brain scrambles to make sense of it. Maybe someone on radio. Maybe a prank from another ranger. But the radio on my shoulder was silent. The voice had come from the trees ahead, down toward the falls. Dale, help me. This time it came more desperate, louder. Again, it was my voice. Not just the sound of it. The cadence, the breath between syllables. I froze, hand resting on my flashlight, trying to remember if I'd ever left my voice recorded somewhere, if some tourist might be playing a trick. But who would be down there at dusk, after heavy rain with a storm coming? The forest was silent after that second call. Even the cicadas had gone quiet. I waited for another sound, but there was only the hiss of distant water. Then faintly, I heard the same words again, but not from the same direction. They came from behind me this time, from higher up the trail. Dale, help me. I turned around fast, scanning the trees. My beam caught only trunks and mist. The voice had grown softer, almost pitiful, as though retreating deeper into the woods. Every instinct told me to radio in and call for backup. But curiosity is a strange thing in this line of work. It often wins over reason. So, against my better judgment, I called back. Who's there? The answer came quick, from the same place as before. Who's there? My own voice, mimicking me word for word, same tone, same rhythm. I felt my throat tighten. It wasn't an echo. It wasn't even slightly delayed. It was synchronized, as though something out there waited for me to speak, and then overlapped me by a fraction of a second. I stood completely still. Dale, the voice whispered again, barely audible now. Please. That broke me from my trance. I switched off my light for a moment and let my eyes adjust. The dim glow of twilight painted everything in blue. No movement, no shape. I tried to listen for footsteps, for any indication that someone might actually be in trouble. Nothing but the slow rush of the stream far below. I raised the radio to my mouth. Dispatch, this is Mercer. I'm at marker 2A near the shelf. I'm hearing what might be a distress call, possibly a hiker in trouble. Voices faint, investigating further. No response. The static hummed for a few seconds, then went dead. I tried again. Still nothing. The ridge can block signals, especially after storms, but I'd never had complete silence like that before. I continued down the trail, carefully stepping over slick rocks. The forest around me grew darker, heavier. The trees felt close. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen. Once, I thought I heard the crunch of footsteps paralleling mine. But when I turned my light that way, the sound stopped. By the time I reached the overlook above the lower falls, the storm had reached the valley. Lightning flashed somewhere far off, throwing white veins across the clouds. The waterfall below thundered, filling the canyon with mist. And then I heard it again, clear, almost right beside me. Dale helped me. I spun flashlight sweeping the trees. Nothing. But the sound was so close, it made my chest go cold. It wasn't shouted this time. It was whispered directly into the air near my right ear. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, and nearly tripped over a root. My flashlight flickered. When it came back on, something pale moved behind a cluster of trees down the slope. Just for an instant, like a reflection in water, I thought I saw a figure standing there. Not quite, but close enough that my mind stuttered. It had my build, my uniform, even the same ranger patch on its shoulder. The beam of light cut across its face for a fraction of a second, and I saw that its mouth was open, its lips moving. "Help me," it said again. My voice. I called out, "Who are you?" The words came out strangled. The figure blinked out. One moment it was there. The next it was gone. No sound of movement. No crunch of leaves. Just the echo of my own breathing and the waterfall roaring below. I felt suddenly sick. I forced myself to check the area, telling myself it had to be a trick of the light. Missed playing with the beam. Fatigue after long hours. I circled the trees, checked the slope, even climbed down a few feet toward the creek bed. No footprints, no sign of anyone. I tried the radio again. "Dispatch, this is Mercer. Do you copy?" Static. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a voice came through. Urser, Dale Mercer. But it wasn't dispatch. It was me. I pulled the radio away from my ear like it had burned me. The voice continued softly, the same tone, same inflection, whispering things I couldn't fully make out. Something about coming closer, being found. The words blurred into the static. I turned the unit off. I couldn't stand to hear it. At that point, my training took over. I decided to head back to the trailhead immediately, mark the area for follow-up in the morning, and file a report about possible auditory distortion or radio interference. I started the climb up fast, barely pausing to breathe. The forest felt wrong, too still between gusts of wind, as though waiting. About 10 minutes up the path, I noticed something else. My footprints, the ones I'd made coming down, were gone. The mud still glistened from the earlier rain, but it was smooth, as though no one had ever walked there. Lightning flashed again, and the world turned white for an instant. In that light, ahead of me, I saw a shape blocking the trail. It was me. Not a perfect mirror, not some hallucination. The figure wore my same uniform, my same jacket with the tear near the cuff. Its face was streaked with dirt and water, and its mouth was open, not screaming, but whispering the same words over and over. "Deli, help me." It raised its hand slowly, pointing past me, back down toward the falls. I didn't wait. I ran. Branches whipped my arms as I tore up the trail. My breath ragged in the dark. I didn't stop until the forest opened up near the parking lot. My truck sat exactly where I'd left it. The world suddenly normal again. The storm distant, the air calm. My radio crackled to life, dispatch finally breaking through. "Mercer, do you copy? We lost your signal." "Everything all right?" I stood there, drenched in sweat, staring into the black trees behind me. I pressed the button. "Yeah," I said quietly. "I'm fine. Just bad reception." But even as I said it, I heard something faint, rolling up the canyon behind me. "Yeah, bad reception." My voice, mocking me from the woods. And for a moment, I thought it was laughing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my cabin with the lights on, listening to the storm roll across the ridge until it faded near dawn. Every time the wind hit the window, I swore, I could hear faint syllables buried in it. Fragments of my own voice carried through the rain. I kept telling myself it was exhaustion, the kind that makes your mind echo its own fears back at you. But every time I replayed the memory of what I saw on the trail, that other me, that open mouth forming my words, something deep in my stomach turned over. By morning, sunlight had returned, bright and clean like the night before hadn't happened. I drove back to the ranger station at Big Meadows. The others were already gathering for the daily briefing. I tried to act normal. "Rough night up there, huh?" Ranger Alvarez said, stirring sugar into his coffee. "Storm knocked a few trees down near the fire road. You get caught in that mess?" "Yeah," I lied. "Radio went out for a while. But I made it down." He nodded, oblivious, then flipped through the log sheet. "We got another report this morning. Same area, Wetty Oak Canyon. Someone said they heard shouting after midnight. Same kind of thing as before. Could have been echoes, but they sounded close. The pen nearly slipped from my hand." "What kind of shouting?" Alvarez shrugged. "Didn't say. Just someone calling for help. You want to take a crew and check it?" For a second, I almost refused. But some part of me, the part that still believed in procedure, in evidence, needed to know. "Yeah," I said. "I'll go." 2 volunteers, Ben and Carla, came along, both young, new to the rotation. I told them to pack light, but bring rope and first aid just in case. As we drove down the narrow access road, fog clung to the edges of the forest. Everything smelled damp, mineral, alive. We parked at the same trailhead as before. The ground was soft, reshaped by the rain. I expected to see footprints, mine from last night, but the mud looked untouched. Not even deer tracks. Carla adjusted her pack. "What are we looking for exactly, Ranger Mercer?" "Just checking for anyone stranded near the falls," I said. "You might hear voices. They can carry weird in this valley. Don't panic. It's all echo." That last part felt like a lie as soon as I said it. The 3 of us hiked down single file. The forest had that strange, hushed tone that comes after a storm. Birds quiet, branches dripping. Every step seemed louder than it should have been. I kept my radio close, checking signal strength every few minutes. The static stayed steady. By the time we reached the shelf, the light was dimming again. Clouds moving fast, blocking the sun. I paused to scan the ridge. That's when Ben frowned and said, "Did you hear that?" We all stopped. It was faint, carried on the wind. A low, wavering, "Help me?" I swallowed. Probably someone across the canyon. Sound bounces weird here. But then it came again, clearer this time. "Help me, please." Same pitch. Same timbre. My voice. Carla looked at me sharply. "That sounded like you." Ben tried to laugh it off, but it came out nervous. "Man, that's creepy. Did you record that or something?" I forced a smile. "Yeah, maybe it's the radio." "Feedback." I tapped the unit, pretending to check the dial. It was still on the local channel. Dead quiet. We kept moving. The calls followed us, not constant, but timed just enough to make it impossible to ignore. Sometimes they came from ahead, sometimes behind. Always mine. At one point, Ben leaned close and whispered, "He's saying your name." I wanted to deny it. But when the next whisper rose from the trees, "Dale, this way," there was no mistaking it. We reached the overlook again, and I felt that same electric charge in the air, as though something beneath the sound of the falls was humming. The mist drifted up, catching the light in soft halos. Everything looked almost too still, too posed. Carla crouched near the edge, scanning below with binoculars. "There's movement down there," she said quietly. "Could be a person." I took the glasses from her and looked. At first I saw nothing, just the gleam of water and slick rocks. Then, through the mist, a figure stood motionless near the base of the falls, dressed in dark green, head tilted back like it was listening. Me again. I handed the binoculars back before they could see. "Probably a hiker," I said. "Let's move closer." Ben and Carla followed without question. We took the narrow switchback trail that wound down to the pool. The air grew colder the farther we descended, until I could see my breath. I felt watched the entire way. Halfway down, Carla stumbled and grabbed my shoulder. "Ranger Mercer," she whispered. "There's something wrong with the Ekmeen. Listen." We all went still. The waterfall roared steady below, but under it, faint as a pulse, came overlapping voices. Hundreds of them, all saying the same word. "Help," whispered in different tones, different pitches, men, women, children. Then one rose above the rest, sharper. "Dale." Carla's eyes widened. "Okay," she said shakily. "That wasn't just me, right?" "No," I said, my voice dry. "Stay behind me." We reached the lower trail, where the ground flattened near the creek. Mist curled around the trees like smoke. I moved slowly, sweeping my flashlight even though it was barely afternoon. The shadows felt unnatural, thick as dusk. Then we saw it. A ranger hat, half buried in silt. Carla picked it up, brushing away dirt. "This is old," she said. "The logo's the pre-90s patch." Something cold spread through me. I took it from her gently. Inside, faintly written in pen, was a name: R. Peters. Ranger Robert Peters had vanished in '89 during a solo patrol. They never found him. I'd seen his photo on the memorial wall at headquarters. Ben looked around nervously. "Should we call it in?" Before I could answer, my radio crackled to life. "Dale Mercer, do not leave the trail." It was my voice. Carla flinched. What the hell was that? Ben grabbed the radio from my hand, staring at it. "Is this some kind of recording?" The voice came again, louder, urgent. "Don't let them look at you." Then the static swallowed it. Carla backed up a step. "Them? Who's them?" I didn't answer. My hands had gone numb, because I could feel it, the shift in the air, the drop in temperature that always comes before something you can't explain. The mist began to move against the wind. It gathered in columns between the trees, shaping vaguely like people. Their outlines flickered, bending in and out of visibility, as though the air itself was remembering them. Ben whispered, "Oh my God." And then all of them spoke. "Help us." The sound didn't come from their mouths. It came from everywhere at once, layered and wrong. I raised the radio again instinctively. "Dispatch, this is Mercer, come back." Nothing. "Dale." I turned. One of the mist figures was closer now, inches away, and for a split second its face solidified. Mine again. The same eyes. The same cut above the eyebrow I'd gotten last year from a falling branch. Its lips moved, forming words too quietly to hear. I backed away, shaking my head. "No," I whispered. Then it reached out, and its hand brushed my sleeve. The touch burned cold, searing through the fabric. My vision went white for a moment, and I heard dozens of voices inside that silence, all layered beneath mine. "Don't answer again," one of them said. "Every time you do, it learns." I stumbled back, falling hard onto the wet ground. Carla rushed to me, shouting something I couldn't catch. The figure was gone. The mist had thinned, scattering like smoke in a breeze. Ben pulled me up. "We're getting out of here," he said firmly. Now. We climbed fast, barely speaking. Each of us too afraid to fill the air. I didn't hear the voices again, but something followed. Faint rustles, as if matching our steps. By the time we reached the truck, the forest behind us looked perfectly normal again. Carla was pale as chalk. "What just happened down there?" she asked finally. I couldn't find words. "I don't know," I said. "But no one goes back there alone. Not ever." Back at the station, I locked myself in the records room. I pulled every file I could find on missing rangers. Peters, Mullins, Herrera, 11 names since 1937. I noticed something I'd never paid attention to before. Each disappearance happened near areas where reports of voices had been filed. And every incident note mentioned the same last words from radio logs. "Help me." That night, long after everyone else had gone home, I listened to old emergency recordings stored on tape. Most were static, storm noise, wind distortion. But on one, from 1989, I heard something faint beneath the noise. "Ranger Peters, do not leave the trail." My own voice again. I stopped the tape. My hands were shaking. Because in that recording, buried under my words, another voice whispered. Older. Rasping. Repeating what I'd said a fraction later, like a shadow. And at the very end, the tape captured one last sentence. "Not lost, still here." The next morning, I woke to find my radio turned on. I was sure I'd shut it off before sleeping. But there it sat on the nightstand, quiet light blinking green. The volume knob was turned up all the way. No sound came through. Only the faint hiss of an open channel. For a while, I just stared at it, waiting for something. Static, a word, even my own name. But the silence held, and the air felt heavy in that small cabin. The kind of silence that swallows sound before it can begin. I took the radio apart before work, checking wires, connections, battery leads. Everything was fine. Too fine. Like it hadn't been used in years. When I arrived at the station, Carla and Ben were already waiting. Both looked tired. Neither wanted to talk about what we'd seen, though I could tell they hadn't slept much either. Carla kept rubbing her arms like she couldn't get warm. Alvarez met me by the map board. "Mercer, you're not gonna like this," he said. "Got another call this morning from the same canyon. Same voice reports. Locals are freaked out. They're saying they hear it up and down the ridges now." I felt something sink inside me. Anyone go missing? "Not yet," he said, "but it's getting attention. We'll have to close that section of trail if it keeps up." That should have been the end of it. Officially, I should have recommended the closure. Written the incident as auditory phenomena due to terrain and weather. But that would mean pretending none of it happened. Pretending that thing with my face, my voice, wasn't real. So instead, I told Alvarez I'd make one last sweep before sunset. Alone. He didn't like it. "You sure you want to go back out there?" I nodded. "Just want to see if anything's changed." He hesitated, then clapped me on the shoulder. "Take care of yourself, Dale. Weird place for sound. That canyon." I waited until late afternoon before driving back. The sky was an unbroken gray. The kind that made every shadow seem closer than it was. The trail looked the same as before, except for one thing: fresh boot prints leading down. Not mine. They stopped near the halfway mark at the shelf. Beyond that, the ground was smooth again. The air felt wrong, charged, electric. Like the seconds before lightning, I could taste metal on my tongue. And then, softly, from somewhere below, "Dale." I froze. It wasn't shouted. It was spoken close, like someone whispering behind a tree. I took a careful step forward. "Who's there?" A pause. Then, a perfect copy of my own voice. "Who's there?" I gripped the flashlight tight. The beam caught on miscoiling between the trunks. It didn't drift like normal fog. It pulsed slow and deliberate, breathing in rhythm with mine. I walked toward it. Every footstep echoed twice. Once naturally, then again, delayed by just a fraction of a beat. The repetition came from deeper in the forest. As I reached the edge of the clearing, something shifted behind me. I spun around fast. Nothing there. Only the quiet trees and the faint trickle of runoff water. Then my radio crackled. "Ranger Mercer, report your position." It was a woman's voice, Carla's. But the tone was off, flat, rehearsed. "Carla, that you?" I asked. No answer. The voice came again. Same words, same rhythm. "Ranger Mercer, report your position." A perfect repeat. "Cut it out," I said. "You're not funny." The radio hissed, then whispered softly. "You shouldn't have come back." I dropped it. It landed in the mud and fizzed with static. I kept walking down the trail, more out of stubbornness than bravery. I had to see the falls again, to prove to myself there was a rational explanation. As I descended, the forest dimmed. Even though it was still afternoon, it looked like dusk. The further I went, the darker it grew, until the light itself seemed to bend. When I reached the lower path, everything fell silent. No birds, no water, no wind. Just a still, waiting quiet. And then, from across the clearing, I saw movement. A man stepped out from the trees. He wore the same uniform as me. His badge caught the dull light. His hair was soaked, his boots black with mud. I could see every detail except his eyes. They were shadowed, like hollows cut too deep. I said, "Who are you?" He smiled, a small, wrong kind of smile, and said, "You know." Then I heard another voice off to the right. "Dale, help me." And another to the left. "Dale, please." They came from everywhere, surrounding me. The same phrase in my own voice, overlapping until it became a low chant. I turned slowly, and the mist began to shape itself again. Faces forming and unforming in the air. Hundreds of them, mouths moving soundlessly until the words clicked into place. "Help me." Each mouth was my own. The figure that looked like me stepped closer. His uniform was darker now, slick with water, or something thicker. He stopped an arm's length away. "You called out," he said softly, "and it heard you." "What did?" I asked. My throat felt raw. He tilted his head, as though listening to something I couldn't hear. "It doesn't have a name. It only has voices, the ones that answer." The ground beneath us trembled, a low vibration that made my knees shake. Behind him, I saw shapes rising from the mist. Figures in ranger gear from different decades, all standing still, their faces blurred like smeared glass. "Where's Peters?" I asked. The other me looked at the falls. Still trying to get home. Lightning split the sky. In that flash, I saw all the faces turn toward me at once. Mouths opened, eyes wide, like they were about to scream. But no sound came. Just silence thick as water. Then the other me lunged. I stumbled back, hitting the ground hard. His hands grabbed my shoulders, freezing cold. His face hovered inches from mine, and for a second I thought I saw my reflection in his eyes. Me, standing in his place, older, drained of color. "Take it," he whispered. "Please. Take my place." The moment his fingers tightened, I felt something pull, like my breath being dragged out through my ribs. A pressure built behind my eyes, my ears ringing with dozens of overlapping versions of my voice, all whispering the same word. Stay. I forced myself to look away, to focus on the sound of running water, the smell of moss. I reached for my radio in the mud and pressed transmit. "Dispatch, this is Mercer. If anyone's copying, lock down the Wetty Oak Trail. Repeat, lock it down." The thing hissed and jerked back. The static on the radio screamed loud enough to split the air. I don't remember much after that. Only light, and then nothing. When I woke, I was lying near the ranger truck at the trailhead. My flashlight was broken, my radio cracked. The sun was rising. Ben was standing over me, shaking my shoulder.
Dale!
"Jesus, man, you've been gone all night. We found your truck still running." I tried to sit up, but everything hurt. "What time is it?" "Just past 7, he said. "We followed the signal from your radio. It was transmitting something, like you talking to yourself." I frowned. "What was it saying?" Ben hesitated, mostly just "help me," over and over. He helped me up and drove me back. I didn't speak the whole way. I kept watching the trees in the mirror. Every few minutes, I thought I saw someone standing by the side of the road. Someone wearing my jacket, lifting a hand to wave. They closed Whitey Oak Canyon the next day. Official report said, unstable terrain due to flooding. I signed it myself. It's easier to write weather than whatever else it was. For weeks afterward, the forest stayed quiet. No new reports. No voices. I almost convinced myself it had ended. Then one night, about a month later, I got a call from dispatch. "Hey Mercer, you left your mic open earlier." "No," I said. "Why?" She hesitated. "Because someone on your channel's been responding. Sounded like you. Said you were still out near Wetty Oak." I stared at the dark window, the reflection of my face in the glass. "You sure it was me?" Same badge number, same voice. I didn't go back to that canyon after that. I transferred to the Northern District the following spring. But sometimes, on clear nights when the wind is right, I can still pick up faint static through the new radio. It starts with my name, Dale. Then, softly, from a distance that feels too close, "Help me." And sometimes, when I answer, when I forget and say, "Who's there?" the voice replies a half, second later perfectly matching my tone. "Who's there?" That's when I turn the radio off. But the sound doesn't always stop. Sometimes I still hear it outside the cabin, calling from the trees. My name is Hannah McBride. I have served as a park ranger in Yellowstone National Park for nearly 11 years, most of them spent in the Northern District near Lamar Valley. Winter is my season. The crowds thin, the bears sleep, and the park exhales a quiet so vast it humbles even the wind. But that stillness can turn on you fast out here. It's beautiful, yes, until it isn't. I was assigned to winter patrol that January, partnered with Ranger Dean Walsh. He was a decade older, solid and quiet, with a face that looked permanently frostbitten. Dean knew the backcountry like scripture. He used to joke that the snow talked if you listened. "Not words, just memory," he'd say. I never quite knew what he meant by that. but I learned to trust his instincts. The incident I'm about to describe took place on January 18th, 3 winters ago. It began as a routine missing person search. A family from Idaho reporting their 10-year-old son missing from their cabin near Yellowstone Lake. But what we found, or rather didn't find, is what still keeps me from sleeping through the night. When the call came through dispatch at 7:12 a.m., the snow was already knee-deep and coming down steady. The boy's name was Evan Myers. He'd last been seen wearing a red parka and black snow boots around 6:30 a.m. He'd gone outside to see the elk prints, his mother said, and never came back. By 8:00 a.m., Dean and I were on snowmobiles heading toward the family's rental cabin along the west shore. Visibility was poor, the kind where the horizon and the ground blur into the same sheet of pale gray. We stopped twice along the road just to orient ourselves. I remember Dean saying, almost absently, "Something feels off with the air." At the cabin, the family waited outside. Mother crying, father pacing, daughter sitting on the steps staring at the snow. The mother's name was Allison. She kept wringing her gloves until the leather darkened with moisture. "He couldn't have gone far," she kept repeating. "I just wanted to see the tracks." We found them easily enough, small boot prints, heading away from the cabin toward the tree line, neat and evenly spaced. It was maybe 20 degrees, and the snow was powder light, so the impressions held their shape well. At least at first. Dean marked the trail with orange tape as we went, standard protocol and poor visibility. The woods were still then, almost reverent. No wind, no bird song, nothing but the muted crunch of snow beneath our boots. For the first mile, the boys' prints continued straight. Then they began to wander. A detour toward a stand of firs, looping once around a stump as if he'd circled it, then veering east toward open meadow. We found no sign of a fall or struggle. No drag marks, no sign he'd been carried. Just those footprints, each smaller than my palm, weaving through the whiteness like a story that refused to end. The strangest thing was how fresh they stayed. Snow had been falling for over an hour, yet the edges of each print were crisp, almost sharp. I crouched down to study one, brushing aside a bit of new powder. The compacted snow beneath was still wet, like it had been made minutes earlier. "Dean," I called. "You seeing this?" He looked down, frowned, then scanned the horizon. "We're catching up," he said. But we never did. Around noon, we stopped for lunch near a ridge overlooking the frozen expanse of Yellowstone Lake. The boys' prints continued straight toward it. The visibility had worsened. A light fog rising off the ice, turning the whole world into a watercolor blur. Dean checked his GPS, then shook his head. "If he went onto that lake, we'll have a problem." We radioed base for thermal drone support, but wind speeds near the water made flying impossible. So we continued on foot, following those perfect little tracks down the slope and out onto the ice. I could feel the cold radiating upward, through my boots like an ache. The prints moved steadily forward, one after another, until they reached the lake's center. And then they stopped. No broken surface, no cracks. The ice was solid, thick enough to support a truck. But there were no returning prints. The boy's trail ended in the exact middle of that frozen lake, as if he had stepped into the air itself and vanished. I remember standing there, trying to make sense of it. Dean paced the area with his probe pole, testing for weak ice. It didn't give an inch. He couldn't have gone under. he muttered. He couldn't. The wind picked up, dragging dry snow across the surface like smoke. The world felt hollow. I crouched and pressed a gloved hand against the ice. It was smooth glass, clear beneath a thin crust of snow. Beneath my palm, the faintest vibration, like a hum low and steady, almost imperceptible. Dean must have felt it too, because he froze and said, "Don't move." We both listened. At first, I thought it was the wind. Then I realized it was coming from below. A soft rhythmic sound, distant but deliberate, like someone knocking. 3 beats. Pause. 3 again. Dean dropped to one knee, pressing his ear to the surface. His breath fogged instantly. When he rose again, his face had gone pale. "Let's mark this and pull back," he said quietly. "Now." We set a flagpole and retraced our path back to shore, but the snow had already started to fill the prints behind us. Within minutes, our trail was half gone. The fog thickened, swallowing the lake's edge, until the world shrank to a pale circle around us. When we finally reached the tree line, Dean stopped and looked back. I followed his gaze. Through the haze, at the center of the lake, our orange flag was still visible, a single point of color in the white void. And then, impossibly, I saw another set of footprints appear beside it. They formed one by one, deliberate and slow, moving toward us. Dean didn't see them at first. He was busy securing the snowmobile. When I told him, he turned sharply and stared across the ice. But by then the fog had thickened again, and the lake was blank. We left in silence, back at the cabin. I told the family, only what protocol allowed, that we'd found a clear trail ending on the frozen lake, and would continue searching by air as soon as weather allowed. Allison just stared past me, her eyes glassy. "He hates deep water," she whispered. "He wouldn't go near it." That night, Dean and I stayed at the ranger station. He didn't eat. Around midnight, I heard him get up, unzip his parka, and step outside. I followed a minute later. He stood at the edge of the porch, cigarette glowing faintly, staring toward the lake though it was miles away. "You ever feel like something out there watches us?" he asked. I didn't answer. He took a drag, then said, "When I put my ear to that icy, I didn't hear knocking. I heard breathing." We didn't go back out until morning. By then, overnight wind had erased every trace of the boys' prints. The flag marker we'd planted had disappeared too, likely blown over. We used GPS to find the exact coordinates again, then swept the area with ground, penetrating radar. Nothing. No voids. No disturbances beneath the surface. But around noon, the ice began to change color. Faintly, almost imperceptibly at first. A gray-blue tint, spreading outward from the center like ink in water. Dean saw it too. "We're leaving," he said flatly. Before we did, I decided to take one last photograph for the record. I stepped forward, framed the horizon, and snapped 3 quick shots. When I checked the display, my stomach dropped. In the last photo, faint, distorted by fog, a small red shape stood near the center of the lake, the shape of a child in a parka. Dean refused to look. He just said, "Delete it." I didn't. That afternoon the storm hit. We were forced to suspend the search for 48 hours. When we finally resumed, the entire lake was buried under nearly 3 feet of new snow. The incident was eventually closed as unresolved, presumed fatal due to exposure. But I've never been able to accept that. A month later, when spring melt began, I returned alone to the site. The ice had thinned. The surface fractured like shattered glass. I stopped at the same coordinates and knelt down to peer through the cracks. Beneath the melting ice, faint shapes moved in the water, not fish, not debris. They looked like prints. Footprints, moving slowly upward. The next week, I transferred out of the Lake District. Dean retired the following season. I still work for the service, though I don't volunteer for winter patrol anymore. I tell myself it's because I've done my years in the cold, but that's not the truth. The truth is that sometimes, in the quiet after snowfall, I still hear the sound of that ice humming. And if I listen long enough, I swear I can hear 3 faint knocks, followed by the soft, wet sound of something breathing under the snow. The photograph stayed on my phone longer than it should have. I told myself it was evidence, part of the file, something I might need if the case reopened. But that wasn't true. I kept it because I couldn't look away. In daylight, the figure in red was barely visible, just a smudge against the fog. But when I zoomed in, when I stared long enough, the image sharpened around the edges. You could see the hood, the way it tilted, slightly downward. You could see the way the snow didn't blur around the feet, like the figure wasn't standing on the lake, but inside it. I deleted the photo 2 months later, but the image never left. The following November, the new season's patrol assignments came out. My name was listed again for the Winter District. I filed a transfer request that same day. It was denied. Experience needed in cold weather operations. My supervisor wrote, "You and Walsh made a good team last year." Except Dean had retired in August. He moved to Wyoming to help his daughter with her ranch. Or so I heard. I thought about calling him, just to talk through what had happened, to see if he'd found words for it. But I didn't. The last time I'd seen him, he'd said something that stuck with me. "If you ever go back there," he told me, "don't listen too long." That first week of winter patrol, I found myself back near Yellowstone Lake. The same cabin the Myers family had rented was shuttered, snow thick around its porch. The lake was still frozen, a smooth expanse under weak sun. I parked my snowmobile near the same tree line, where the boys' prints had once begun. I didn't tell dispatch my exact coordinates. I just said I was checking trail conditions. The air was knife-sharp, every breath cutting down to the lungs. My boots sank deep with each step. I carried a thermal scanner and a handheld radio, more for protocol than comfort. Every instinct in me said not to cross the ice again. But there was something about standing there, seeing that blank white sheet stretch to the horizon, that made it impossible to turn back. So I stepped onto the lake. The ice groaned softly beneath my weight, that deep, living sound that always feels like it's remembering you. I followed the same invisible path, counting my steps, trying to recall where the prints had ended. The snow was wind, sculpted now, rippling like a frozen sea. Somewhere beneath all that, the boys' trail was still there, buried but not gone. Halfway across, I stopped to take a breath. The world was silent except for the faint creak of ice settling. I lifted my radio, thinking to mark my position, when I heard it again. 3 knocks, soft, slow, and coming from below. I froze. The sound came again, closer this time, directly under my boots. I dropped to one knee, brushed away snow, and pressed my glove flat against the surface. It was cold, of course, but under that cold was vibration. Rhythmic, intentional. "Dean," I whispered out of habit, forgetting he wasn't there. Then the knocking stopped. In its place came something else, a voice. faint, distorted by the layers of ice. "Help me." It was a child's voice, thin, breathy. I pulled my hand back like I'd been burned. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. The voice came again, a little clearer now, as if rising through the water. "Help me, please." The words were wrong somehow. They echoed flat, like playback from a bad recording. There was no tone, no shiver in the syllables. Just a steady, mechanical repetition. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own boots. The ice made a sharp cracking noise, but it held. I turned to run, then stopped. Because there were footprints, not mine. 10, maybe 12 feet ahead, a trail of small boot prints appeared on the snow-covered ice. The same pattern, the same spacing. Heading away from me this time, toward the far shore. And they were forming as I watched. Each print appeared with a soft puff of loose snow, as though an invisible child was walking ahead, light enough not to break the surface. I didn't remember deciding to move, but suddenly I was following them. My boots crunched through the thin top layer while the other prints stayed perfect, untouched. I followed for what felt like minutes, but the horizon never changed. The lake stretched forever, flat and pale and empty. Then I noticed something odd. The footprints were changing. They were getting larger. I stopped. The next set of impressions sank deeper into the snow. The next were larger still, no longer a child's step, but closer to an adult's. And the spacing widened, like the thing leaving them was growing as it walked. A faint shadow rippled under the ice beneath those prints. Long, distorted, gliding smoothly beneath the surface. That's when my radio crackled. "Ranger McBride, come in." I nearly dropped it. "McBride, here." My voice sounded strange, hoarse. "This is dispatch. We're getting a locator ping from your unit near the lake. Everything okay out there?" I looked around. The trail of prints ended maybe 20 yards ahead. Beyond that, nothing but white.
Yeah.
I said, though I barely heard myself. "Just verifying coordinates." Static answered. "Then, be advised, McBride. We're showing an emergency beacon signal about half a mile south of your location. You copy that?" I froze. "An emergency beacon?" "Affirmative. ID Tat reads Walsh Dean." My throat went dry. Dean had retired. His equipment should have been deactivated months ago. "Say again," I said, louder. "Confirm that tag." "Confirmed. Last ping 5 minutes ago. Coordinates transmitting now." The radio cut out. I stared across the lake. The footprints, the large ones, turned suddenly, as if whatever was making them had shifted direction. They pointed toward the tree line on the southern shore, toward the coordinates dispatch had just given me. I ran. Every instinct told me to stop, but the logic of training overrode fear. If Dean was out there, if somehow he was in trouble, I had to reach him. The wind tore at my parka, pulling the breath from my lungs. The snow blurred everything into movement. By the time I reached the far shore, my legs burned from the cold. I stopped among the trees, chest heaving, and switched the thermal scanner on. The display flickered, then stabilized. There was heat. A figure standing maybe 20 meters ahead, human-shaped, motionless. I lifted my radio again. "Dean." No response. The scanner screen pulsed, the outline of the figure sharpening, as if it were turning toward me. Then the device went black. The silence that followed was so total it roared. I took a cautious step forward, snow crunching underfoot. The figure didn't move. When I got close enough, I saw it clearly. A man in ranger gear, parka zipped to the chin, face hidden by frost. "Dean," I said. He turned. Or something wearing his shape did. The face beneath the hood wasn't frozen, it was empty, like someone had hollowed it out and left the shell behind. The eyes were gone. The mouth was a dark, wet cavity. When it spoke, it didn't use breath, it used sound. "Don't listen too long." The voice was Dean's, but the sound came from the wrong place. Not from the mouth, but from inside the air between us. I stumbled back. My boot struck a buried log, and I fell hard into the snow. When I looked up, the figure was gone. No prints, no movement, just trees swaying in a sudden gust. The radio hissed again. Faint static, then a voice. "Ranger McBride, copy." It was dispatch again. I'm here," I managed. "We've lost signal from the Walsh beacon," the voice said. "Reading interference from your location. You should return to base." I didn't argue. I just turned and ran. Halfway back across the lake, the fog rose thick again. The kind you can taste. Somewhere behind me, the knocking started. 3 soft beats, echoing through the ice like a heartbeat. I didn't look back. When I reached the snowmobile, I barely got the engine started. It roared to life, and I gunned it until the trees swallowed the sound of the lake entirely. Back at the station, I found an old equipment manifest in the archives. Dean's emergency beacon had been deactivated the previous summer. It shouldn't have been broadcasting anything. Still, I pulled the GPS coordinates from the log and printed them out. Just numbers on a page. But I stared at them for a long time before folding the sheet and slipping it into my coat pocket. That night, the wind came in strong from the south, shaking the windows of the bunkhouse. I woke to a sound I'd never heard inside before. A faint tapping, coming from under the floorboards. 3 knocks, pause. 3 again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The station floorboards stopped knocking just before dawn. The silence that followed wasn't relief. It was like the whole building was holding its breath, waiting to see what I'd do next. I made coffee, strong enough to taste like metal, and stared at the window until the dark began to lighten. The snow outside glowed blue under the first sun. Nothing moved. It looked clean, calm, untouched, the way winter pretends to forget when it's buried. At 7 a.m., I called dispatch. They logged the interference report, told me to stay put until maintenance could check the radio tower. When I asked if any other beacon signals had come through overnight, the operator hesitated, then said, "Negative, Ranger. Nothing else on record." But I already knew that wasn't true, because I'd heard the knocking again. Not through ice this time, but from beneath the station floor. The same rhythm, the same spacing. I tried to rationalize it. Wood contracting in the cold, maybe. Except wood doesn't breathe between knocks. By mid-morning, I couldn't sit still. I packed my patrol gear, checked the snowmobile fuel, and told myself I was just inspecting the southern ridge. I didn't mention Dean's beacon, or the lake, or the sound that had followed me home. Some things you don't write into reports if you want to keep your badge. The road to Yellowstone Lake was nearly buried. I followed the packed trail we'd cut weeks earlier, moving slow. It was a gray day. The kind where the horizon dissolves into fog, and you start to feel like you're driving inside a dream. Every few minutes I checked the map pocket, where the printed coordinates were folded tight. When I reached the tree line, I killed the engine and listened. The wind was low, brushing through pines. No sound from the lake. I walked out far enough to see the expanse again, flat white, empty, the same as before. But this time there were prints waiting. A single line of them, leading from the far shore toward me. Larger than a child's, smaller than mine. The snow was fresh, no more than an hour old, but these prints were already half filled, as if they'd been made seconds before the snow began. I don't know what made me follow them. Maybe curiosity, maybe guilt, maybe both. They led straight out across the ice. Each step sounded like a muffled sigh, the kind ice makes when it's not sure it should hold you. The prints went on, evenly spaced, until they reached the lake's center, right where the boys' trail had ended. The ice was thicker than before, layered from repeated freezes. I knelt and brushed away snow until the surface gleamed clear. Beneath it, maybe 6 inches down, was darkness, deep and absolute. And then, as my reflection settled into view, another shape appeared beside it. A face. Small, pale, eyes open wide. I fell backward, scrambling. The image rippled and vanished. When I looked again, there was nothing but my own breath fogging the air. I forced myself to kneel again. Maybe it had been a trick of light, some refraction. But as soon as I leaned closer, the ice vibrated under my hand. Slow, steady. Then came the knocking. 3 beats. 3 again. I pressed the radio button. Dispatch. This is Ranger McBride at Yellowstone Lake, I said. My voice cracked. Possible structural instability in ice layer. Marking coordinates. Static answered. Then a voice. But it wasn't dispatch. Help me. The same voice from before. The child's voice. Flat and wrong. I dropped the radio, heart hammering. The sound came again, louder this time. Help me, please. I backed away on hands and knees. The knocking followed. It moved with me. Then, for the first time, the ice cracked. A long fracture. Thin as a hairline, spreading outward from the center. I could see water glimmering beneath it, dark and restless. Something shifted down there. Not quick, not violent, but steady, deliberate. Rising, I turned and ran. The ice groaned beneath every step. When I hit the tree line, I didn't stop. I ran until the snowmobile came into view, breath ragged, legs shaking. My glove fumbled the ignition switch twice before the engine caught. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the ridge trail, half a mile away. From there, the lake looked small, almost serene, and in the middle of it stood a red shape. Not moving, just standing. I blinked, and it was gone. Back at the station, the maintenance techs were already there. They said the radio tower was fine. No interference, no damage. Probably atmospheric refraction. One of them said when I mentioned hearing false signals. Happens with low-frequency waves sometimes. I didn't argue. That evening, I took the printed coordinates from my pocket and set them on the desk. The paper was damp from sweat. The numbers blurred where my fingers had pressed too hard. I looked them up on the park's internal map. The location fell just off the southern shore, not far from where I'd seen the figure. There was a small maintenance cabin there, long out of use. Dean and I had stayed there once during a multi-day patrol years back. I shouldn't have gone. I knew that. But when night came, and the quiet thickened around the station again, I couldn't ignore it. I packed light, strapped on snowshoes, and left. The moon was out, full and cold. The trees glittered with frost. Every sound carried too far. When I reached the old cabin, the door was ajar. Snow had drifted halfway inside. I swept my flashlight around the interior. Empty bunks, overturned chair, frost creeping up the walls. Nothing human, until I saw the boots. They were Ranger issue, Dean's size, set neatly beside the stove, lined with a thin crust of ice. The laces were undone. Next to them lay an old field notebook. The cover warped, pages stuck together. I pried it open carefully. The ink had bled in places, but one page was still legible. Lake doesn't hold them. It read. It remembers. It trades. The rest of the writing dissolved into blurred lines. That was when I heard it. Not knocking this time, but footsteps on the snow outside. Slow, careful, circling the cabin. I turned off the flashlight. My breath sounded too loud. The footsteps stopped. Then, softly, 3 knocks. On the cabin door. I didn't move. The knocks came again, harder this time. Then a pause. Then a voice. Hannah. Dean's voice. I almost opened the door. I swear I almost did. But something in the way he said my name, too even, too calm, froze me in place. Hannah, he repeated. You shouldn't have come back. Silence followed. When I finally opened the door, there was no one there, just snow. Perfect, unbroken snow stretching back toward the trees. Except for one thing. Footprints. 2 sets. One leading to the door, the other heading back toward the lake. I followed them until the tree line ended. Beyond that, the moonlight poured across the frozen expanse, and the prints continued straight out, disappearing into distance. Halfway across, I saw movement. A figure in ranger gear walking slowly toward the center. Dean, or what looked like him. He turned once, glancing back. The face was in shadow, but I could see the hollow where the eyes should have been. Then he stepped forward, and the ice didn't break. It opened. A wide, soundless split swallowed him whole. The surface closed again without a ripple. I don't remember getting back. I must have driven. The next clear thing I recall is the sunrise through the bunkhouse window and the sound of the floorboards creaking beneath me. 3 knocks. That was a year ago. I filed the final report as an unverified incident. Probable structural collapse on frozen lake. No evidence of human remains. It passed review without question. The park reassigns me to summer duty now, where the snow can't talk. But some nights, especially after storms, I still hear that rhythm in the walls. 3 slow beats, pause, 3 again. Like something patient, waiting for me to answer. And last week a package came to the ranger station. No return address. Inside was a single envelope. Waterproof plastic, the kind we use for field notes. Inside it was a photograph. The same one I'd deleted months ago. The one of the red parka standing on the lake. Only this time, there were 2 figures. One small, one tall. Both facing the camera. Both wearing ranger badges. My name is Clint Farrow. I've worked for the National Park Service for 12 years. The last 6 of them assigned to the Devil's Backbone region in the Ozark Mountains of northern Arkansas. Most folks who pass through don't realize how old this land feels when the sun drops. The ridgelines sharpen into teeth. The wind carries a kind of memory, and the valleys seem to whisper your name when you stop long enough to listen. I used to think that was just wind, or the echo of running water. I don't think so anymore. Devil's Backbone is a narrow ridge, a knife, edge of limestone, jutting between 2 valleys that stay in shadow even at noon. My patrol sector covers the backbone itself and the surrounding Forest Service roads, a scattering of old logging trails, and one backcountry ranger cabin built back in the 1940s. That cabin is where I usually stayed during my multi-day rotations. A 1-room structure of cedar planks, sagging porch, a hand pump out back. and no electricity except for a single solar battery we used for the radio and a few lanterns. It was simple, functional, and quiet, until the lights started coming. The first time I saw them, I dismissed it completely. It was late spring, around 9 at night, and I'd just finished writing up a report about an injured hiker we'd airlifted out earlier that week. I stepped outside to stretch and smoke. The ridge was dark, except for the sliver of moonlight glinting off the treetops below. Then I noticed faint pinpricks of light blinking in the trees. Greenish yellow. Fireflies, I thought. Common enough out here. Except these didn't move like fireflies. They blinked in unison, 2 at a time, in pairs. One flash, pause, then another pair farther off, almost like eyes adjusting. I tried counting them. 2, 4, then 6, always in twos, never solitary. They didn't drift or flicker through the brush. They stayed fixed, as if watching. When I took a step toward them, the pairs blinked out, one after another, until the ridge was pitch black again. The silence after that felt thick, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The next morning, I told myself it was nothing. Bioluminescent insects, or maybe a trick of the low light against the dew. But something about it stuck with me. That perfect synchronization, that patient waiting. I mentioned it to a volunteer ranger named Leslie, a college kid studying ecology who'd been stationed at the visitor center for the season. She laughed, said it sounded like I'd met the Zark Willow. Wisps, local legend stuff. Supposedly they lured hunters off trail and left them lost in ravines that didn't exist on any map. I laughed with her, but deep down, I didn't feel like I'd seen something playful. I felt like something had seen me. 2 nights later, I saw the lights again. Closer this time. It was just past 10:30 p.m. A thunderstorm was brewing to the west, and I was logging weather updates over the radio. The static kept cutting out, so I decided to step outside to check the antenna. The ridge was heavy with humidity. Lightning flickered far beyond the valley, illuminating the outline of the old logging road that snaked downhill. That's when I noticed them again. 4 pairs of glowing points hovering just past the tree line. They blinked, not in random rhythm, but in a pattern. 2 quick flashes, 1 long pause, repeat. I found myself unconsciously counting intervals, almost like I was reading Morse code. I didn't know why, but I had the strange feeling that if I could decipher it, I wouldn't want to. I radioed base. No response. Just static and faint pops of lightning interference. When I looked back toward the trees, the lights were gone. Or rather, they had moved. Higher up the ridge now, between me and the trailhead, as though they'd circled around without sound. I scanned with my flashlight. Nothing but branches and mist. My hand was shaking, though I hadn't yet admitted fear. The storm broke soon after. Torrential rain that drowned out the forest. I stayed inside, pretending to read an old maintenance log by lantern light, though my eyes kept drifting to the window. Each time the lightning flashed, I swore I saw the faint reflection of those paired lights hovering just outside, waiting for the dark to return. By morning, I was exhausted. I packed up early and hiked down to the ranger station, 15 miles south, where I found 2 other rangers, Mitch and Carla, prepping an ATV for patrol. I told them about the lights. Carla raised an eyebrow. Mitch just grinned. "You're on backbone duty, right?" "Yeah, we've all seen him." "Think it's a couple of poachers using headlamps or drones. They don't show up on thermal, though. Weird stuff. He said it casually, but the way he avoided looking me in the eye, it bothered him more than he wanted to admit. Later that afternoon, Carla pulled me aside. "You know," she said quietly, "last season we had a pair of hikers go missing near the ridge. Husband and wife. They called 911 around midnight, said they saw strange lights in the trees that looked like lanterns. By the time we got there, their phones were found on the trail, still recording. Just static and wind. We never found them. That night, I made the mistake of returning to the cabin. The road was slick with mud, the rain still falling in soft sheets, and I drove the ranger truck slow, wipers squealing. The forest felt different, heavier somehow, the air metallic. When I finally reached the cabin, I found the door ajar. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, everything looked untouched. Bedroll folded, gear stacked. Except for one thing. The lantern on the table was glowing faintly. Not electric, not fire. Just a dim phosphorescent pulse, like something breathing under the glass. I unscrewed the top. The light vanished instantly. I tapped the glass, sniffed for fuel. Nothing. The lantern was cold, unused for days. That's when I heard it. A faint tapping on the window. Once, twice, pause. Then again, 2 taps, 1 long. The exact rhythm the lights had used outside. I turned the flashlight toward the window and froze. 2 small points glowed in the darkness, inches from the glass. They weren't reflections. They were inside. I stumbled back, knocking over the chair. My beam swept the room. Nothing there. The light had gone out again. My chest tightened, and every instinct screamed at me to leave. I threw my gear together, barely remembering to grab the radio, and stepped onto the porch. The rain had stopped, leaving only a pale fog curling low around the ridge. The forest was silent, too silent. Then the fog lit up. Dozens of pairs, blinking in slow, deliberate rhythm, forming a loose ring around the cabin. They pulsed together. 2 short, 1 long, 2 short, 1 long. A message, patient and intelligent. I raised my radio. "Base, this is Faro at Backbone Cabin. Do you copy?" Static. I tried again. "Anyone? This is Ranger Faro." There are unknown lights surrounding my position. Only static. And underneath it, something faint. Not words, exactly, but tones. The same blinking rhythm translated into sound. 2 short beeps, 1 long. 2 short, 1 long. I dropped the radio. I don't remember running, but somehow I was down the trail, my boots sliding through mud, heart pounding. The forest flickered on both sides, pairs of lights pacing me like watchful eyes. When I tripped on a root and fell, they stopped ahead of me, hovering low to the ground, blinking patiently as if waiting for me to rise. I crawled backward until my hand struck rock. There was nowhere else to go. The cliff edge of Devil's Backbone loomed behind me, the drop sheer and invisible in the fog. The lights advanced, closing in. Their glow reflected off the wet stones, bright enough now to outline tree trunks and mist. I could see them clearly for the first time. Each pair floating chest high, no bodies, no drones, no sound. Just the lights, cold and deliberate. Then, without warning, they all blinked out. Darkness swallowed the ridge. I stayed there for what felt like an hour, pressed against the rock, waiting for dawn. When the fog finally lifted, there was nothing. No footprints, no scorch marks, no sign of anything alive. Just my dropped flashlight half, buried in the mud, pointing back toward the cabin. When I returned, the door was shut, locked from the inside. I didn't sleep that day. I filed no report. Some things you don't put on paper. But I kept thinking about that rhythm. 2 short, 1 long, and the way the lights moved in pairs like eyes, watching, mirroring, measuring distance. It wasn't until a week later, during another patrol, that I realized what they'd been doing. They weren't random, they were counting. 2 short, 1 long. 2 short, 1 long, 2 for me, 1 for something else. And when I replayed the radio static later that night, the recording I didn't remember saving, I heard my own voice whisper back the pattern before it ever transmitted. That's when I knew the lights weren't outside anymore. They'd learned to speak from inside the cabin. I didn't go back to the backbone for nearly a week after that night. I stayed at the main ranger station, filing trail reports and clearing debris from storm washouts, pretending to be busy. The other rangers didn't ask why. I'd abandoned my post early. Nobody really wants to pry when it comes to that ridge. There's a quiet agreement among the staff. If something scares you out there, you keep it to yourself. But the thing about isolation is that it follows you. Even in daylight, even surrounded by people, I'd catch flashes in the corner of my vision, faint twin gleams like reflections on metal. The first time, I thought it was sunlight bouncing off a vehicle windshield. The second time, there was no vehicle. Just the reflection in a glass cabinet across the ranger office. 2 points of light behind me blinking. I turned fast, and they vanished. That same night, I decided to listen to the radio logs. I'd been recording that whole rotation, something I did out of habit more than protocol. The recordings were meant to capture trail conditions, weather updates, routine patrol chatter. But when I scrolled through the file marked Backbone Cabin, Yo 522, I found a section nearly 20 minutes long labeled only as Unknown Transmission. I played it. Static at first, then the faint hum of my own breathing. A soft tapping sound followed, wood against glass. Then came the beeps. 2 short, 1 long, repeating over and over, steady as a metronome. But halfway through, something changed. The beeps slowed, stretched, then layered beneath them. I heard my voice, faint, distorted, but undeniably me. It whispered the rhythm before the tone followed, like an echo leading the sound rather than trailing it. I played it again. Same order. My voice first, tone second. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark office, hands shaking. Somehow the pattern was anticipating itself. Or maybe the thing making it wasn't echoing me. Maybe I was echoing it. The next morning, I called in a request to switch patrol zones. The supervisor, Hal Burns, approved it without question. He'd been around long enough to read between the lines. But fate has a dark sense of humor. The following weekend, a pair of campers went missing on the east ridge of Devil's Backbone. Their campsite was found intact, lanterns still hanging, firewood stacked neatly unburned, their packs zipped and dry. And one strange detail in the report: a phone found half buried near the fire ring. Its flashlight was still blinking. 2 short, 1 long. Over and over, I volunteered to help with the search. Maybe out of duty, maybe guilt. Part of me needed to see if those lights had spread, or if they'd followed me all along. When I reached the Backbone Trail again, it looked exactly as I'd left it. The same gnarled pines, the same pale limestone dusting the path. But there was a new kind of stillness, as if the air itself remembered me. The search team split into groups. Mitch and Carla went north. I took the old service road west toward the ridge cabin. I wasn't expecting to find anything. But halfway up the climb, I caught the first flash. 2 small points hovering between the trees. Blinking, pausing. I froze. This time they didn't vanish when I looked. They held steady, waiting. "Base, this is Pharaoh," I said into the radio. "I've got visual anomalies near the old ridge cabin, same pattern as before." Static. Then Hal's voice came through, warped but clear enough. "Copy that, Clint. We've got your signal. Proceed with caution." That voice steadied me. For a few moments, it almost felt normal, like I was back on routine duty. I followed the ridge toward the lights, careful with each step. But the deeper I went, the stranger the forest became. The ground felt soft underfoot, as if the earth had been turned. The trees leaned slightly inward, trunks bowing toward the trail. The lights led me forward in a straight line, always just far enough ahead that I had to keep walking to see them. And then I noticed the blinking rhythm had changed. It wasn't 2 short, 1 long anymore. It was 2 short, 1 long, 1 short. I stopped, counted. 2. 1. The extra pulse repeated, deliberate. I don't know why I spoke aloud. Maybe instinct, maybe foolishness. But I said, "What do you want?" The forest answered with silence. Then blink, blink, blink. 3 short. It was responding. I backed up a step. "Are you following me?" 2 short. Pause. 1 long, same as before. I started to understand then. The rhythm wasn't random. It was mimicry. Like the thing was learning through repetition, evolving patterns until it fit the exchange. The cabin appeared ahead, a dark shape against the mist. Its door hung open again, creaking faintly though no wind stirred. When I crossed the threshold, I froze. Every lantern in the room, 5 of them, hanging from hooks and sitting on shelves, glowed faintly. That same breathing light pulsing under the glass. Not bright, just alive. I reached for my radio. "Base, I'm inside the backbone cabin. I'm seeing..." Static interrupted me. Then underneath the static, my own voice echoed back. "Base, I'm inside the backbone cabin. Perfectly timed. Perfectly mine." I lowered the radio slowly. "Hal." No answer. The lanterns blinked once. All together. 2 short, 1 long. Something moved behind me, soft, deliberate steps on the floorboards. I turned, sweeping the flashlight toward the sound, but the beam only hit the far wall. Then I saw them. 2 points glowing just above eye level, reflected in the glass of the window from the inside. I whispered, "No." The lights blinked again. 2 short, 1 long. Then shifted slightly, as though the unseen thing were tilting its head. I stumbled backward until my shoulders hit the doorframe. The light closest to me brightened, swelling until the reflection vanished in its own glare. I could feel the air thicken, like static before a lightning strike. The wood creaked, the radio hissed, and through it, faint but undeniable, came a voice that wasn't mine and wasn't Hal's. It said, "Don't look." I dropped the radio. The lights went out. For several seconds, I was blind in total darkness, heart hammering. Then 1 lantern flickered back on by itself, its glow steady. In that dim light, I saw the floorboards near the center of the room had been disturbed. The old planks pulled up, the soil beneath freshly turned. A hole no larger than a person's torso gaped open, filled with mud and water. I stepped closer. Something inside shimmered faintly, like the glow of those lights, but muted, deeper. I crouched and saw movement, slow and rhythmic. 2 points rising through the water's surface, blinking weakly. Then something like a shape beneath them, pale and almost human. I bolted. I didn't stop running until I reached the service road. When I finally looked back, I saw one last pair of lights hovering in the trees. Steady now, no longer blinking. Just watching. Back at base. I refused to file a written report. I told Hal only that I'd found the cabin in disrepair, and the search team should avoid the ridge. He gave me a long look, then nodded. "You're not the first to say that," he muttered. "We'll mark it restricted." A week later, the missing campers were declared unrecovered. Their families were told the terrain made search operations too dangerous. That was true, in a way. But what haunted me wasn't the loss. It was the memory of that voice, the one that said, "Don't look." Because it hadn't sounded threatening. It had sounded afraid. That thought gnawed at me, even as I tried to move on. Because if that thing, whatever it was, could feel fear, what was it afraid of? Months passed. Summer turned to fall. I stayed off backbone duty, though I sometimes caught glimpses of twin lights in other districts. Faint reflections in my truck mirror, flashing in patterns I couldn't quite ignore. Then one night, a ranger from another district called me. His name was Greg. He said he'd been clearing a campsite near Devil's Backbone and found something I should see. When I met him the next morning, he looked pale. He handed me a small, mud-caked object wrapped in cloth. I unwrapped it slowly. A lantern lens, cracked old. The kind used in the Backbone cabin decades ago. Its glass still held a faint phosphorescent shimmer, pulsing every few seconds. Two short. One long. Greg said, "It was buried about a foot deep. You think that's one of yours?" I didn't answer. I just stared at it. Because as it blinked, I realized something. The pulse wasn't just light. The glass was reflecting my own face with every flash, and each time, my reflection blinked first. By winter, Devil's Backbone was officially closed to the public. The trail signs were removed, maps redacted, and the access road blocked by a gate that only Park Service trucks could bypass. The report cited erosion risk, but everyone knew that was a polite lie. The truth was simpler. Nobody wanted to be up there anymore. Still, things didn't stop. At least, not for me. I started waking up around 3 a.m. to the soft stutter of light against the walls of my cabin. Not the Backbone cabin, my quarters near the main station 20 miles away. Just a faint pulse from outside the window, two short, one long. The same pattern. Every single time, I tried pulling the blinds tight. That didn't help. The glow came through the seams, brushing the room like a heartbeat. Sometimes, I'd hear the radio crackle without power, the faint whisper of my name between the static. The other rangers noticed I wasn't sleeping much. Hal asked if I needed time off. I told him I was fine. I wasn't. I was unraveling, and the more I ignored it, the closer the lights seemed to get. Then came the night the power went out. It was January, heavy snow blanketing the valley. I'd just finished a call with dispatch about a winter closure notice when the lights flickered, then died. The silence afterward was strange. No hum from the heater, no wind against the glass. Just a stillness that pressed in like a held breath. Then, through the window, a glow began to bloom. Two short, one long. I stood frozen, watching the faint light crawl along the edges of the curtains. Then the radio hissed. Pharaoh. It was Hal's voice, or something wearing it. Distorted, stretched thin. I stepped closer. Hal, come back? Where? The answer came in tone, not words. Two short, one long. Then silence. And I understood what it meant. It wanted me back at Devil's Backbone. It's strange what exhaustion does to reason. I knew it was a terrible idea, yet an old instinct, the same one that sends a ranger toward danger instead of away, took over. I packed my bag, threw a lantern, and the cracked lens Greg had found into the truck, and drove. The road to Backbone hadn't been plowed in weeks. Snow swallowed the headlights, the world shrinking to a tunnel of white. At one point, I thought about turning back. Then I saw it, a faint light flickering through the trees beside the road, pacing me perfectly, blink for blink. 2 short, 1 long. It guided me all the way up the ridge. The gate was half buried in snow, padlock rusted. I left the truck and started on foot. My boots crunched through the drifts, each step answered by a dull echo that didn't quite match the rhythm. It was always a second early, like something walking just ahead of me, but invisible. By the time I reached the old cabin, the moon was high and the forest shimmered under frost. The door was open again, waiting. Inside, it was warm. That shouldn't have been possible. No fire, no electricity. Yet the air was thick and humid, like after a storm. The floorboards were dry now, the hole in the center gone. The lantern still hung from the rafters unlit. I set my pack down, pulled out the cracked lens, and placed it on the table. It pulsed faintly, slower than before. 2 short, 1 long. Then it stopped. For the first time since that night's silence. Then the air shifted, not a breeze, but a presence. A shimmer rippled through the far wall, and the boards seemed to darken, as if shadow had weight. And in that shadow, light began to bloom, pairs of them lining the inside of the cabin. 1 pair, 2, 5, 10, circling me slowly. I whispered, "What are you?" The lights blinked. 2 short, 1 long. Then again, 2 short, 1 long, repeating. "I know that already," I said. "But why me?" The rhythm paused. Then changed, 2 short, 1 long, 2 long. It wasn't an answer, but it felt like an attempt. As if it were learning to shape meaning through the only language it had. The lights brightened together, flooding the cabin in that cold yellow glow. And in that light, I saw something move inside the beams. Faint silhouettes, human shapes overlapping like reflections in water. Faces half formed, dissolving before I could focus. I backed away until I hit the far wall. The glow dimmed, contracting toward the center of the room. It formed a single cluster. 2 lights floating side by side, at chest height, pulsing like a heartbeat. The voice came again, faint and warped, this time from nowhere and everywhere. "Don't look." Same words as before. Same tone, pleading. I turned toward the door, but it was gone. Just wall where the frame should have been. Then the radio crackled in my pack. "Pharaoh, this is Hal. Where the hell are you?" I snatched it up. "Hal, I'm at the Backbone cabin. The lights, they're here again. There," he said. "You're not at the Backbone. You're supposed to be off duty. You called in sick yesterday." The air around me began to hum. The 2 lights pulsed faster. "No," I said. "I drove here tonight. I'm standing in the cabin." Hal's voice came back, thin and crackling. "Claint, I'm in the cabin right now. It's empty." That stopped me cold. I looked around. The walls were still there, the lanterns, the table. But something was off. The details wrong. The wood grain curved differently, like the lines were bending away from me. The air shimmered, thick as water. "Hal," I said slowly, "what do you see right now?" He hesitated. "Nothing, just frost and old boards." "You sure you're okay?" I stared at the 2 lights. They hovered inches from me now, steady alive. I raised the radio again. "Hal, What if we're not seeing the same cabin? The radio clicked. Then in Hal's voice, but not his tone. Don't look. That broke something in me. The light exploded. It wasn't brightness like the sun. It was deeper. More like falling through a photograph of light, into layers of still images, blinking too fast to separate. Each flash showed a different version of the cabin, empty, burned, flooded, collapsed. And in every one, there I was, standing, watching, holding the cracked lens. When the flashes stopped, the room was dark again. My breathing sounded wrong, delayed, echoing before each inhale. I stumbled toward where the door had been, hands searching for an exit, and hit cold air. I fell forward into snow, rolling down the slope until the trees caught me. The cabin behind me was gone. No outline, no light. Just the ridge and the night. I don't remember getting back to the truck. I just remember the road unfurling ahead of me, endless and wrong, like it was leading somewhere I'd already been. When I woke, I was in the ranger station bunkhouse. Hal said a snowplow driver found my truck idling at the gate, door open, footprints leading away, and then stopping. No sign of where I'd gone. He said I'd been missing 3 days. I told him everything. The lights, the radio, the cabin changing shape. He didn't interrupt. When I finished, he said quietly, "You know, Clint, we shut that cabin down in '98. Roof collapsed years ago. Nobody's been stationed there since before you joined." He showed me a photo on his phone. Black and white, dated 12 years earlier. The cabin was half rubble, snow drifting through the open beams. But I'd been there. I knew I had. When I checked my pack, the cracked lens was gone. In its place was a small glass fragment, perfectly clear except for a faint pulse, that started the moment I touched it. 2 short, 1 long. That was 6 months ago. I don't patrol anymore. I took a desk job, cataloging old field logs, the safe kind of work where the only lights come from the fluorescence above. But sometimes, when the building gets quiet after midnight, I catch the faintest blink reflected in the window. 2 short, 1 long. I've come to understand what it means. It's not just a signal. It's a measure. 2 for me. 1 for what's left behind. And the reason it followed me wasn't because I escaped. It's because I didn't. Whatever that light is, whatever boundary it guards, it doesn't show you death. It shows you what part of yourself never made it out. Some nights, when I drive past the ridge from a distance, I can still see faint flashes along the tree line. Always in pairs. Always watching. The last time I looked too long, the reflection blinked first again. Now I keep the mirror covered, because when the light inside the glass learns to mimic you perfectly, it stops being reflection. It becomes replacement. And I think mine's already learning to breathe. My name is Alicia Soto, and I am a park ranger stationed at Olympic National Park in Washington State. I've worked these forests for nearly 8 years now, long enough to understand that the wilderness has moods. It can be welcoming, indifferent, or on rare nights, quietly hostile. Most visitors never see that side. They come for the waterfalls, the moss-draped firs, and the silver fog that rolls over the canopy at dawn. But when you spend enough time out here, you start to notice the strange silences, the places where nature itself seems to hold its breath. I first heard about the other part of the forest from one of the older rangers, Greg Hawkins. Greg was the kind of man who always looked like he'd just come out of a storm. Wind, chapped face, rough hands, a voice that carried like gravel over ice. He'd been here since the 70s and had stories that sounded half superstition, half field report. One night, sitting in the break room during a heavy rain, he told me that there's a stretch of the Ho backcountry that doesn't show up on the official trail maps. You can hike for hours and still not find it, until you do, by accident. He said, you'd know when you're close because the birds would stop singing. Everything would stop, and then you'd see footprints in the mud, human ones, but leading away heel first. He said if that happens, you turn around. You don't take another step. You don't even look too long, because if you follow them, Greg said, staring into his cup of cold coffee, they'll start walking toward you. I thought it was just another ghost story to haze the rookies. Still, it stuck in my head. Rangers have a way of collecting strange stories, like moss on bark. Little pieces of what doesn't quite fit with reason, but lingers anyway. My own encounter started late in the fall of 2022. We'd had weeks of unending rain, the kind that turns the trails to ribbons of mud and makes the creeks whisper louder than usual. The park was mostly empty except for a few stubborn backpackers. I was assigned to check a stretch of the South Fork Ho trail where a small footbridge had been reported washed out. Standard maintenance inspection, nothing remarkable. But Greg's old warning was still in the back of my mind. The Ho can do that to you. So green and alive it feels almost sentient, like the forest is watching from all directions at once. I left the ranger station early that morning. The fog was thick enough to bead on my eyelashes, and the smell of wet cedar hung heavy in the air. My boots sank with every step as I followed the trail along the river. Everything felt muted. The water, the birds, even my own breath. I remember thinking it was too quiet for morning. Normally, the forest would be alive with chickadees and jays this time of day. Instead, there was only the faint gurgle of runoff slipping through the roots. By noon, I reached the area where the bridge was supposed to be, or had been. The creek had swollen into a wide, churning mess of brown water. The footbridge was gone, probably somewhere downstream in splinters. I took some photos, logged the coordinates, and marked the site for future repair. Simple enough. But while I was kneeling to measure the current, I noticed something strange on the far side of the creek. What looked like footprints pressed into the mud, just beyond the tree line. At first, I assumed they were from campers, but then I saw the orientation. They weren't normal prints. The toes pointed backward. I stood up slowly, staring across the creek. There were maybe a dozen impressions. Bare feet, by the looks of it, slightly distorted by the rain but unmistakable. The mud around them glistened, slick and new, as if they'd been made within the hour. My first rational thought was that someone had walked in reverse, as a joke or to disorient anyone tracking them. It's a thing some hikers do when they want to screw with rangers or prank survivalists. But the spacing was off. The stride length matched a forward gait, not someone awkwardly stepping backward. The footprints didn't look faked. They looked natural. And then I realized the birds had gone silent. It wasn't just quiet, it was total. No rustling, no distant drip of rain through leaves. Even the sound of the river seemed to fade, behind a wall of muffled air. The stillness was so complete that I could my own heartbeat echoing inside my ears. I felt it then. That same pressure Greg had once described, the sense that something vast and unseen was paying attention. I don't remember making the decision to cross, I just did. Maybe I told myself it was for documentation, that I needed to verify what I was seeing. Maybe curiosity just overrode reason. I found a narrow spot where a fallen log bridged the current and made my way across, using my trekking pole for balance. When I reached the far side, I crouched near the prints. They were deep, far deeper than my own boots had pressed into the softer mud. Whatever had made them had weight, or it had been standing there for a long time. The tracks led straight into the forest, disappearing between the ferns. I took out my phone to snap pictures, but the camera refused to focus. The screen flickered and went black, even though the battery was full. When I tried handheld radio, all I got was static. For a second, I considered heading back, but something about the direction of the prints tugged at me. They pointed deeper into the woods, away from the main trail, and I thought maybe someone really was out there, lost or injured. I couldn't leave without checking. So I followed. The forest changed almost immediately. The air felt thicker, heavier, as if I'd stepped underwater. The trees grew closer together, their trunks slick with moss that glowed faintly in the dim light. Every step squelched in the mud. I counted the prints as I went, always paired, always backward. Some were fresher than others, edges sharp and defined, like whoever made them had passed only minutes ago. But I never heard a sound. No snapping twigs, no breath, nothing but that heavy, syrupy silence. About half a mile in, I found the first sign something wasn't right. The trees on both sides of the path leaned toward each other, their branches interlocking like clasped hands. Hanging from one of them was a torn strip of orange flagging tape, the kind we use to mark survey zones. But this one had writing on it, faded and smeared by rain. I wiped it against my sleeve and made out the words, TURNROND. My stomach dropped. The handwriting looked old-fashioned, like it had been written with a fountain pen or a marker decades ago. The tape itself was brittle, like it had been hanging there for years. Still, I couldn't help glancing back down the trail. The footprints were still there, sharp and wet. I remember thinking, irrationally, that they looked newer than before. I should have turned back. I know that now. But I kept going, drawn by something I can't explain. Maybe the same force that makes a person lean over the edge of a cliff, just to see how far it goes. After another few minutes, I reached a small clearing. There was a fire ring in the center, long cold, and what looked like an old canvas tent half collapsed beneath a fallen branch. The fabric was gray with mold, the ropes frayed and sun-bleached. I pushed the branch aside and crouched to peer inside. Nothing. Just a sleeping bag shredded open as if by animals, and a rusted lantern beside it. But what froze me wasn't the tent. It was the footprints circling around it. Dozens of them, all heel first, weaving in and out of the sight like a dance. They overlapped so densely that it was impossible to tell how many sets there were. And yet, every single one faced outward, away from the tent, like whoever, or whatever, had been there had surrounded it, all facing out toward the trees. The silence deepened. I realized my hands were shaking. When I tried to stand, I noticed something even worse. The ground beneath me was covered in faint impressions, smaller ones, half-formed. My boots had left deep, normal prints when I'd arrived. But now, as I shifted my weight, I saw faint backward outlines filling in beside them, mirroring them, heel first. I don't remember deciding to run. One moment I was staring at the ground, and the next I was crashing through the undergrowth. breath tearing from my lungs. I didn't look back. The forest blurred into streaks of green and gray. Branches whipped at my face. I could hear nothing but the pulse in my ears. And then, faintly, beneath that, footsteps, matching mine, but out of sync. The sound of feet landing heel, first behind me. When I finally stumbled out onto the main trail again, the world returned all at once. The birds were singing. The wind moved through the trees. My radio crackled to life with a burst of normal chatter. I fell to my knees, gasping, covered in mud and trembling so hard, I could barely hold the transmitter. No one believed me when I reported it, not officially. Greg just looked at me for a long time, then nodded slowly. "You saw the other part," he said. "Be grateful you made it back." That night, I found mud on my cabin floor, prints leading away from the door. Heel first. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those prints again, the way they pressed out of the mud as if the ground itself had been exhaling something human shape. I kept the lantern on until sunrise. Every creak of the cabin made my pulse jump. Once or twice, I thought I heard soft steps on the porch boards, the faint drag of something heel first. But whenever I got up to check, there was nothing. Just fog rolling low through the cedars and the smell of rain-soaked pine. When morning finally came, I convinced myself it was exhaustion. Panic and sleep deprivation can play tricks on you. The rational part of me, what was left of it, said I'd misread what I saw, that the prints had been distorted by runoff or animal movement. I'd seen strange things in this park before. Inverted trees, half-melted deer tracks, even circular patches where no moss would grow. Optical illusions are everywhere out here. Still, when I stepped outside and saw my own porch, I froze. The prints from the night before were gone. The mud was smooth, like it had been raked flat. That should have reassured me. It didn't. I reported in at 0700, but left out the details. Just said I'd confirmed the bridge washout, and that repair would need scheduling. Greg gave me a look. Half question, half warning, but didn't press. I think he already knew I wasn't ready to talk about it. The thing about these forests is that no one writes the real reports. The official logs stay tidy and bureaucratic, but the stories that matter get passed person to person, half whispered, never documented. You learn to listen between the lines. The day went on like normal. I cleaned gear, logged maintenance data, answered a few tourist calls about weather conditions, but the quiet stayed with me. It was as if the forest had followed me back. By late afternoon, I started noticing little things. Paper maps curling at the edges, the air pressure dropping for no reason, the hum of the fridge stuttering like it couldn't hold a tone. At 1847, my radio crackled. It wasn't on any active channel. A burst of static, then a low, broken voice, like someone whispering through water. I caught only fragments, my name, maybe, or something close to it. Then a sound like wet steps moving away from the microphone. The transmission cut out before I could reply. I checked the frequency history. It hadn't logged any transmission at all. That night I drove down to the operations center to check the log server. Nothing. Not even an error code. The IT tech, Vince, joked that maybe I'd tuned into the forest. He meant it as a laugh, but I didn't laugh back. When I got home, the prints were there again. Only this time they led toward the door. The rational part of my brain fought to make sense of it. Maybe it was kids, local pranksters, or one of the off-duty rangers messing around after hearing Greg's story. but the nearest road was 6 miles away, and I'd locked the gate myself. Even then, I stepped closer, flashlight beam shaking slightly across the porch. The prints were crisp and shallow, just enough to press the damp wood grain. Barefoot, human-sized, heel first. The silence around me wasn't natural. It wasn't the soft quiet of night. It was more like the world had been emptied of sound. Even the insects were still. My ears filled with the phantom hiss of absence. When I exhaled, I could hear the air leaving my lungs. I didn't open the door. Instead, I stayed awake until dawn again, pacing the cabin, listening. At some point I realized I was humming, soft low, without meaning. Just to break the silence before it swallowed me too. By the third morning, I'd reached the limit of pretending nothing was wrong. I took a day pass and drove out toward Forks for supplies and a bit of signal. I needed a connection to something normal. Radio chatter, highway noise, human conversation. Even the dull rhythm of tires on asphalt felt like proof that I was still inside the ordinary world. But halfway to town, the fog rolled in again. It was like watching a curtain draw itself across the forest. 1 minute, bright daylight filtering through the canopy. The next, a gray wall swallowing the road. I slowed to a crawl. My headlights couldn't cut more than 10 feet ahead. The GPS started flickering, showing my location bouncing back and forth along a 2-mile stretch. Then, for a few seconds, it displayed coordinates that didn't exist, numbers that dropped into the negative range. The unit shut off by itself. That's when I saw the figure on the road. At first, I thought it was a hiker. A woman maybe, standing at the edge of the fog. But something about her posture made my stomach tighten. Her back was to me, and her head hung at an unnatural angle, chin tilted up as if she were looking at the sky. I honked once, expecting her to move. She didn't. When I inched closer, I saw she wasn't standing still. She was walking, slowly, rhythmically, but backward. Each step landed heel first, smooth and deliberate. I stopped the truck. The fog swirled around her, thinning for just a second. That's when I saw her face, or what should have been her face. There was nothing there. Just smooth, pale skin where features should have been. I reversed without thinking, tires spinning in the wet gravel. The figure didn't move toward me. She just kept walking backward into the fog, until she vanished. I don't remember much of the drive after that. Somehow, I ended up back at my cabin, shaking, hands white, knuckled on the steering wheel. The fog had lifted again by then. Everything at normal. Too normal. That evening, I finally called Greg. He answered after 2 rings. Voice rough with sleep. I told him what I'd seen. The footprints, the voice on the radio, the woman on the road. There was a long pause on the line before he said quietly, "You crossed the line." "I don't know what you mean." "There's a boundary out there," he said. "Not a fence? Not something we can mark on a map. It moves. The old rangers called it the turn. When you cross it, the forest doesn't let go right away. It keeps walking behind you for a while, trying to remember how you fit." I asked him what that meant, but he only sighed. "Just stay put tonight. Don't follow anything that moves backward. Don't answer your name if you hear it from outside." The call ended there. I left every light in the cabin on. Around midnight, the air pressure dropped again, sudden like a door sealing shut. My lanterns flickered. From outside came the sound of something brushing against the walls, slow and deliberate. A dragging sound. I wanted to believe it was a branch in the wind, but there was no wind. Then came the knock. 3 slow raps, evenly spaced, on the door. I froze. The knock came again, and then a voice. My own voice. Soft, calm, coaxing. "Alicia, it's all right. Open the door." Every instinct screamed no. But part of me wanted to believe it. I walked closer, bare feet whispering against the floorboards. My breath fogged the glass window in the door. On the other side, faintly visible in the porch light, were 2 muddy footprints. "Heel first." The voice spoke again. "You shouldn't have crossed over. It's hard to tell who's who now." I backed away. Something brushed against the window from outside. Fingers, or something like them, trailing through the condensation. They stopped exactly where my breath had fogged the glass. For a second, it felt like something on the other side was breathing in rhythm with me. I grabbed the radio. "Base, this is Soto requesting immediate contact," I whispered. Static. Then a burst of what sounded like the same whispering from before. Only this time, it wasn't words. It was breath, steady and slow, syncing with mine. Then it spoke again, in my voice. "You're walking the wrong way." The lights went out. For what felt like hours, I sat in the dark, gripping the radio, listening. There were no more knocks. No movement. Just the hum of silence settling back in. When dawn came, the prints were gone again. But near the edge of the clearing, leading back toward the woods, was a new set. Not heel first this time. Toes forward. They were mine. And they led into the forest. By the time I realized what the footprints meant, it was already too late. They weren't leading me toward anything. They were leading back, to the place I had crossed, the place I wasn't supposed to step into in the first place. I stared at the line of tracks cutting through the wet moss. Each one matched the shape of my boots perfectly, down to the tread pattern. Only they were deeper than mine should have been. As if I weighed more when I made them. As if something heavier had been wearing my shape. I wanted to erase them, to stomp them out, but the ground resisted. Every print I stepped on filled in again, heel first. Like the forest was correcting my mistake. The morning light felt sickly pale as I packed a small day kit. Radio, compass, flare gun, knife. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just followed my own prints back into the trees. It sounds reckless now, but I couldn't keep living with that line of mud pointing straight toward the woods. Every time I looked out my window, I felt it tugging at me. Quiet and insistent, like a memory that wouldn't stop repeating. The forest was hushed again, that same unnatural stillness. My boots sank with every step. The moss underfoot looked darker, like it had been burned and only half regrown. A few times I stopped to check my bearings. The compass spun slowly in circles, unable to settle on north. When I looked up, the sun had vanished behind a curtain of thin, colorless fog. After about an hour, I came across the clearing, where I'd seen the collapsed tent. It was exactly as I remembered it. Same shredded sleeping bag, same circle of blackened stones. But the prints were gone. The ground was perfectly smooth, untouched. The only sign that anything had ever happened, there was the faint smell of ash in the air. I almost turned back then. I should have. But I saw something new beyond the clearing, a second trail, faint but visible, leading deeper into the trees. The ground was covered in fresh prints, bare feet again, dozens of them, all moving backward. I followed. The deeper I went, the stranger it became. The forest looked familiar but wrong, as if the layout had been mirrored. Fallen logs lay in the opposite direction. a tree with a lightning scar. I knew from patrols was on the wrong side of the trail. I began to feel like I was walking through an imitation of Olympic, a reflection built from memory, but slightly distorted, the way your face looks when water ripples. At some point the silence broke, not with birdsong, but with footsteps. I stopped. The sound stopped too. Then it started again, slow, deliberate, heel first. I turned in a slow circle, scanning between the trunks. Nothing moved. The sound grew louder, closer, until I realized it wasn't coming from behind me at all. It was underneath. The ground pulsed once, soft as a heartbeat. Then I heard breathing, slow and measured, just below the soil. I backed up, boots slipping in the mud. The earth sank slightly under my weight, as if something below was shifting, adjusting. I aimed my flashlight down and saw it, a faint outline beneath the surface, a shape like a human body pressed into the ground, moving just enough that the mud trembled. The face, if it was a face, was upside down, the mouth closed but twitching like it was trying to speak. I bolted. Branches tore at my jacket as I crashed through the undergrowth. My breath came in sharp bursts. The forest seemed to fold around me, the trail bending where it hadn't before. Every few seconds I glanced down and saw those heel first prints again, pacing alongside me, keeping perfect rhythm with my stride but in reverse. When I finally stumbled to a stop, I found myself back at the creek, the place where the bridge had been. The water was still high and brown, rushing loud enough to drown thought. The log I'd crossed days ago was gone. In its place, the river had widened, swirling like something alive. Across the far bank, I saw movement. Someone, or something, was standing at the tree line. For a heartbeat, I thought it was Greg. The build was about right, but when the fog shifted, I saw it more clearly. It was me, or at least something wearing me. Same uniform, same posture, only the head was tilted backward, chin raised toward the canopy. It was standing heel first on the mud, perfectly still, as if waiting. When it finally moved, it didn't walk. It glided, each step sliding into place as if the ground rolled beneath it. The air turned heavy and cold. I heard water splashing, though I hadn't moved. Then I realized it wasn't crossing toward me. It was moving backward, into the woods, each motion mirrored to the direction I'd just come, like it was retracing me in reverse. I felt dizzy. My reflection, if that's what it was, reached the trees and disappeared. That should have been my cue to leave. But something about the moment, the stillness, made it impossible to move. I felt pulled forward, like gravity had reversed itself. My feet started moving without command. Heel first, I fell to my knees and dug my fingers into the mud to stop myself. The ground pulsed again. My body jerked forward as if someone had yanked an invisible cord tied to my spine. I screamed, just once, and the forest answered. Not an echo, a reply. Dozens of voices rose from the trees, all in my voice. Each one repeating the same words, slightly out of sync. You shouldn't have crossed over. You shouldn't have crossed over. The sound came from everywhere. Branches, trunks, even the wind that wasn't blowing. I clapped my hands over my ears and ran, half blind through fog. The forest twisted around me, trails looping back where they shouldn't. The more I ran, the more I saw them. Figures standing in the mist, pale and featureless, all moving backward, some half, turned like they'd gotten which way to go. At some point, I tripped and hit the ground hard. When I looked up, there was someone crouched over me, a ranger's uniform, my badge, my face. Only this version of me was breathing backward. Chest sinking when it should rise, exhaling when it should inhale. It reached out and pressed its fingers to my mouth, silencing me. The skin was ice cold. Then it leaned close and whispered, "Now you remember how to walk." The next thing I knew, I was lying outside my cabin. Morning light filtered through the curtains. My uniform was torn and soaked in mud. My boots sat neatly by the door clean. I checked the clock. Nearly 3 days had passed. My radio was dead, my phone blank, but my notebook lay open on the table. In my handwriting, across a full page, were 3 words repeated over and over: "Walk the other way." I tried to report back to the station, but when I arrived, no one seemed to notice anything strange. Greg wasn't there. They told me he'd retired a week earlier, moved out east, no forwarding address. His cabin was empty, the walls bare except for one thing carved into the wood near the doorframe: TURNROUND. That night, I stayed in the Ranger dorms, afraid to be alone. Around 2 a.m., I woke to footsteps in the hall. They were slow, deliberate, heel first. The doorknob turned once, lightly, then stopped. I didn't breathe. The steps faded. At dawn, I found mud outside my door again. One line of prints walking away from my room. Heel first. I should have left the park then. I almost did. But something kept me there. A sense of unfinished business, or maybe guilt. I told myself I'd stay until the next rotation. Just long enough to hand off the maintenance reports. But as I packed my bag, I noticed something wrong in the mirror by the bed. My reflection was moving half a second late. When I turned my head, it lagged behind. When I blinked, it didn't. I don't know how long I stood there, testing it, lifting my hand, turning my face. But eventually it caught up. Perfect synchronization again. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it. Then, as I looked closer, I realized it wasn't catching up at all. It was mimicking me. There's a difference. I backed away, heart hammering. The reflection smiled before I did. Now I keep the mirror covered with a blanket. I don't go near the windows after dark. The forest outside feels like it's waiting. Patient, methodical. Whispering through the glass when the wind dies. Sometimes when I walk the trails, I catch a glimpse of footprints beside mine. Bare. Heel first. Always facing the opposite direction. I've learned not to follow them. But every night, before I sleep, I can hear my own footsteps pacing the porch. Slow backward, never stopping. The birds don't sing here anymore. And I think the forest is still trying to remember which version of me it let go. My name is Nolan Trace, and I've served as a park ranger for 12 years. Long enough to learn that some parts of the forest don't stay quiet when they should. I was stationed in the northern section of Windermere National Forest, a sprawl of ancient pines and mist, laced valleys that swallow radio signals and time itself. Most of my work was routine backcountry patrols, visitor reports, campsite checks, but last fall, my supervisor assigned me to survey an area that had been closed for decades, a site marked on old maps as Camp Echo. Officially, Camp Echo was one of the Civilian Conservation Corps' camps established in the 1930s, where young men worked on roads and fire breaks during the Depression. It shut down in the early 1940s after a string of accidents. A few recorded drownings, a landslide, one fire. Then it vanished from active rotation, swallowed by the forest. On newer maps, it didn't exist. The order came through email: survey Echo site. Document existing structures. Log coordinates. Overnight optional. Optional meant mandatory if I wanted to keep my rotation privileges. I remember the morning I left. The air crisp, sky low with gray, the forest road soft with frost. My truck groaned as I climbed the rutted trail north. The route wasn't maintained, just two fading tire ruts threading between redwoods. After an hour, even those disappeared. I parked near a stream and continued on foot. GPS flickering between coordinates that didn't quite hold still. Camp Echo lay 4 miles in, nestled in a clearing bordered by a stagnant pond. The trees parted like curtains to reveal rows of cabins, leaning into each other, their roofs caved in, timbers green with rot. A mess hall slumped at the center, its windows fogged with decades of grime. The flagpole still stood, crooked but stubborn, the metal base scarred with initials carved long ago. It should have felt like any other ruin. Quiet, empty, reclaimed. But something about the place resisted silence. It was like walking into a room, right after someone had left, the air still disturbed by their presence. I set up my small field tent at the edge of the clearing. Daylight was already thinning, so I started my survey. Most cabins were stripped bare, but traces of lives lingered. Rusted cots, cracked enamel mugs, a pair of boots fused with moss. In one corner cabin, I found an old lantern sitting upright on a table, glass intact, wick blackened but clean. That detail unsettled me. Nothing stays that pristine here. At dusk, I cooked a can of chili on my small stove, logged coordinates, and radioed base to check in. Static chewed my words. I caught only fragments of the dispatcher's voice before it cut out completely. I made a note to report poor transmission conditions. As darkness took the clearing, I felt that same pressure again, like the forest holding its breath. Crickets stopped. Even the pond went still. I zipped my jacket higher and switched on my flashlight, its beam weak against the fog rolling in. That's when I noticed light flickering inside one of the cabins. I froze. I hadn't lit anything. A faint amber glow pulsed through the warped boards of cabin 4. I stepped closer, boots crunching old leaves. The light wavered, rhythmic, like someone adjusting a lantern flame. I told myself it was probably residual reflection, my headlamp bouncing weirdly off glass or metal. But as I neared the cabin, the light moved. It swayed, steady as if held in a hand. "Hello," my voice came out thin.
Park service!
"Anyone here?" No answer. The door creaked open an inch, not from wind. There wasn't any, but like it had been waiting for me. I hesitated, then pushed it wider. The inside smelled of mildew and cold iron. Dust hung in the beam of my flashlight, and then the lantern lit. No hands touched it. One moment the wick was dark, the next it burned clean and bright, steady as a heartbeat. I took a step back. My flashlight flickered. The air in the room felt charged, humming. On instinct, I snapped a photo for documentation. Flash cutting through the haze. The moment the light burst, the lantern extinguished itself. The silence after was thick enough to taste. I turned and walked out fast, back to my tent, telling myself it was a chemical reaction, phosphorescence, some kind of residual gas or reflection. I repeated it until it sounded plausible. I zipped myself inside my tent, not even bothering to eat. The night stretched strange and long. Around midnight, I woke to voices. They were distant at first, soft, overlapping, like a low murmur of men talking across a campfire. I checked my radio. Dead. The air outside shimmered faintly, the fog faintly orange. I unzipped the flap. Every cabin in the clearing glowed. Lanterns, dozens of them, hung from doorways and windows, their light golden and calm, swinging gently as if someone were walking past. Shapes moved inside. They were tall and broad-shouldered, wearing the faint outlines of uniforms. Shirts tucked high, suspenders, those short, brimmed CCC hats. But where their faces should have been, there was nothing. Only smooth, colorless skin that caught the light like wax. I watched, unable to move. One figure turned toward me, head tilting as if it had heard something. The motion was wrong, too fluid, boneless. My pulse thudded in my ears. The air smelled of smoke and old oil. The figure began walking toward me. The others followed in a slow, synchronized line. Boots crunching leaves that weren't there. The fog pooled thicker around their legs, blurring them from the knees down. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my flashlight, the beam jittering across trees and cabins. When I looked again, the lights had gone out. The clearing was black. The only sound left was the faint creak of the flagpole, rope tapping against metal. I didn't sleep after that. I sat with my back against my pack until dawn bled gray through the mist. The forest seemed normal again. No lanterns, no footprints, no glow. Just silence. By morning, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Fatigue, low blood sugar, atmospheric refraction. Any excuse worked better than the truth. I packed up my tent and went to log the structures in daylight, determined to finish the survey fast. But as I walked toward the cabins, something new caught my eye. Footprints. They trailed between the cabins, perfectly aligned, as though a group had marched in formation. The prints were shallow but distinct, pressed into damp earth. I knelt to measure one. It was larger than mine, with boot tread that matched vintage service issue patterns. I followed the tracks to the mess hall. The door was half collapsed, but sunlight spilled through enough to reveal the interior. The room was empty except for rows of benches, and one long table at the far end. On it sat the same lantern from last night. It was lit again. The wick burned clean, steady, untouched. I stood there a long time, breath fogging the air, trying to reason through what I was seeing. When I finally stepped closer, I noticed something scratched into the tabletop. The words were rough but legible, carved deep, R.O.L. Kale. The room went cold. Then I heard boots outside. A line of them, dull, deliberate thuds moving across the dirt. My body locked up. I turned, heart hammering, just as a shadow crossed the doorway. I could see it clearly in the light, a tall figure standing straight, shoulders squared, wearing the outline of an old khaki uniform. No face. Just that blank pale surface, like a mannequin come to life. The lantern flame flickered once, and then all around the mess hall, more lights blinked on. Lanterns outside, one after another, circling the building like an electric pulse. My camera hung around my neck, and out of reflex, I clicked the shutter. The flash burst white. When the light faded, the figure was gone. The doorway was empty. I didn't stay to see what would happen next. I ran straight for the tree line, lungs scraping air that felt too thin. The forest swallowed me quick, shadows shifting like they wanted me to lose my way. I stopped only when I reached my truck, hours later, collapsing against the door. My hands were trembling so bad, I could barely fit the key in the ignition. When I finally looked back toward the trail, I saw it, faint but unmistakable through the trees. A lantern burning steady in the distance. As I drove away, the radio crackled to life for the first time all night. My supervisor's voice came through, sharp with interference. "Trace, do you copy? You're not supposed to be up there. Repeat, you're not assigned to Echo anymore." That survey was closed out last week. I pressed the button, trying to speak, but static swallowed the words. By the time I hit the main road, the signal died again. And in the rearview mirror, the forest looked like it was glowing. I didn't report what I saw that first night. Not the lanterns, not the faceless men, not the word carved into the table. I logged a vague equipment malfunction, abandoned structures unsafe for entry. The official story was cleaner that way, but the silence gnawed at me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that flickering line of lights in the fog. I told myself I'd go back, not because I believed in ghosts, but because I needed proof that I wasn't losing it. It took me 3 days to convince my supervisor. "You want to go back to Echo?" she said, brows tightening over the receiver. "That place is decommissioned, Trace. No patrol assignments north of the river. Then make it a maintenance check." I said, "There's structural hazard. If some hiker finds it and gets hurt, it's on us." A long pause. Static. Then a reluctant sigh. "Fine. You take 1 tech in a day. No overnight. No exceptions." They sent me with Ranger Paul Anders. A younger guy, talkative, good sense of humor. The kind that made the job lighter. I didn't tell him what had really happened. Just that I'd found an old CCC site worth documenting. He brought a drone, a camera kit, and enough sarcasm to fill the cab of my truck. We reached the trailhead by noon. The air was thicker this time. Damp like it had been raining just for that patch of woods. Even the sound felt different. The usual hum of birds and insects muffled under something heavier. Paul noticed it too. "Feels like we're walking into a cave," he said. "Yeah," I muttered. "Just stay on the trail." The clearing opened the same way it had before: cabins, sagging into the earth, pond choked with algae, flagpole still standing like a sentinel. But in daylight, the camp looked smaller, almost harmless. Paul let out a low whistle. "Man, this is straight out of a history book." "Don't touch anything yet," I warned. "Some of these structures could collapse." He ignored me long enough to peek into a cabin. "Smells like wet newspaper and ghosts," he said. "So what's the story here? You think the old crew just packed up one day?" "Something like that," I said. "Records say they closed after a fire. No deaths listed." "Listed? Huh." He nudged a half-buried tin mug with his boot. "That's comforting." We moved through the site systematically. He piloted the drone overhead while I photographed the remaining structures, including the mess hall. Its roof had sagged further since my last visit. The word Rodel Kydal was still carved into the table, though fainter now, the grooves filled with dark moss. I tried to act like it was nothing. Just wood warping. Just shadows. But as I leaned closer for a picture, the air shifted, an undercurrent of cold so sudden that condensation formed on my lens. My breath fogged out in front of me. Paul noticed. "You feel that?" "Yeah." He rubbed his arms. "Temperature drop like that means there's a pocket of trapped air, right? From the pond?" "Sure," I said, but it wasn't just cold. It felt occupied. We stayed until sunset, cataloging everything we could. Then the drone lost signal. Just blinked out midair like it hit an invisible wall. When Paul retrieved it, the casing was warm to the touch. "Overheating," he said, shaking his head. "Weird though. Battery's full." I was ready to leave. But as we packed up, a dull clang echoed from somewhere near the flagpole. We froze. It came again. Metal on metal, rhythmic. Paul shined his flashlight toward the noise. You see that? The rope on the pole was moving. Slowly, deliberately, sliding up like someone unseen was hoisting a flag. The pulley creaked. No wind. Paul lowered his voice. That's creepy as hell. Let's move. We turned toward the path, and that's when every cabin light flicked on at once. Not sunlight, not reflection, lantern light. Warm and golden, flickering against the windows. Paul spun in a circle. Did you rig something out here? No. Figures began to appear inside. Dozens of them, standing in rows, perfectly still. Heads bowed like soldiers waiting for orders. Paul stepped back, his voice cracking. Nolan, what the? Don't talk, I hissed. Just stay quiet. The air thickened with a low hum, at first like static, then shaping into sound. Words, though I couldn't make them out. Layers of voices blending, rising, falling. Then a command, clear and deep, report. The figures straightened. In unison, lanterns flared brighter. I couldn't breathe. Every instinct screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. Paul stood rooted beside me, face pale. What the hell is this? He whispered. The faceless men began marching out of the cabins, single file, moving with slow precision. Boots struck the earth in rhythm, an echoing cadence that vibrated through my chest. Trace, Paul said, barely audible. They're looking at us. They were. Though they had no eyes, I could feel their attention lock onto us, heavy and cold. Then one broke rank. It stepped forward, lantern in hand, uniform pristine despite decades of rot. It stopped just a few feet away. I could smell smoke, oil, something faintly sweet, like kerosene and burnt pine. It raised its hand, pointing at the mess hall. Paul's voice shook. What's it? What's it want? I swallowed. I think it's calling roll. The words I didn't mean to say. The lantern flared, bright enough to sear white behind my eyelids. The sound hit next. A piercing shriek of feedback, like every radio frequency collapsing at once. I hit the ground, hands over my ears. Paul shouted something, but it was drowned in the roar. The light burned through the fog, through my closed lids. Then it cut off, snuffed like someone had blown out a candle. When I opened my eyes, the clearing was empty. The lanterns were dark. Paul was kneeling beside me, shaking. Jesus, he said. They were. Did you see? What was that? I said quietly. We didn't talk much after that. Packed our gear, left fast. When we hit the truck, I radioed base. The line came alive instantly, no static this time. Trace status. Returning. Sight unstable. Possible gas exposure. I didn't know why I said that. It just felt safer. By the time we reached the ranger station, Paul looked sick. Gray under his tan, eyes bloodshot. He said he kept hearing footsteps behind us even on the drive. I tried to laugh it off, but I heard them too, light, synchronized taps that faded only when we hit asphalt. We turned in our report. My supervisor looked unconvinced. Jazz leak, she repeated. That's your explanation. Best guess, I said. She folded her arms. Then the site sealed. Nobody goes back there, period. Understood. I nodded. But that night, long after everyone left, I replayed the footage from Paul's camera. Most of it was normal. Empty cabins, moss debris. Then one frame caught my breath. The mess hall interior. Lantern on the table. The carved words still visible. But behind the table, barely caught in the lens. A row of figures, indistinct but real, standing shoulder to shoulder, and one of them wore my ranger uniform. The patch was unmistakable. Windmere National Park. I paused the video, Stared at that shape until my skin crawled. Maybe it was an artifact, a trick of exposure. Maybe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure wasn't facing the camera. It was turned toward the door, toward whoever had been filming. 2 days later, Paul called in sick. Said he wasn't sleeping. Said he kept hearing boots pacing outside his house at night. I told him it was stress. I wanted to believe that. The following week, he disappeared. His truck was found near the North Service Road. Door open. Engine cold. No footprints, no signs of struggle. Just his ranger hat hanging on the mirror. They sent search teams. Dogs picked up a faint trail leading north, toward Camp Echo. It vanished halfway there, as if he'd stepped off the world. I joined the search despite orders not to. The deeper we went, the quieter everything became. No birds, no wind. Just that dead, waiting hush. Then, distant through the trees, a flicker of light, lantern glow. 1, then 2, then a dozen. My breath hitched. Someone behind me whispered, "You see that?" I didn't answer, because just at the edge of the fog, between those glowing orbs, a shape stood. Tall, broad-shouldered, hat pulled low. It raised its hand and saluted. I knew that stance, that posture. It was Paul, and his face was gone. When someone disappears on parkland, the paperwork becomes heavier than the grief. Reports, interviews, incident logs. Every word scrubbed until it sounds ordinary. Ranger Anders missing. Last seen near northern boundary. Search ongoing. That's all the file says now. The truth doesn't fit inside forms. A week after Paul vanished, the forest went quiet again. Hikers reported dead radio zones near the northern ridge, compasses spinning like tops. I knew that meant one thing: Camp Echo was waking back up. I requested a shutdown operation, officially to remove unstable structures. Unofficially, I needed to know. My supervisor hesitated, but eventually agreed, under the condition that I take a full team and keep a live radio open at all times. I packed light, axe, flashlight, camera, radio, and a single flare. I told myself this time would be different. At dawn, we set out. There were 4 of us, me, Senior Ranger Maddox, and 2 maintenance workers from headquarters. They didn't know the history. To them, it was just another cleanup job. I envied their ignorance. We reached the old service road by late morning. The trees stood close as ribs, air thick with mist. Even in daylight, it felt dim. Maddox broke the silence. "Strange place. You ever been this far out before?" "Once," I said. "Didn't stay long." He gave a dry chuckle. "No one ever does." By the time we reached the clearing, fog had already started pooling around the cabins. The pond was higher now, swollen from recent rain, its surface covered with a pale film. The flagpole rope swung idly, though there was no wind. We set up a perimeter and began photographing for demolition records. I avoided looking toward the mess hall for as long as I could. When I finally did, the door was already open. "Someone's been here," one of the maintenance guys muttered. He pointed at fresh footprints in the mud. Boot prints, deep and perfectly aligned. Maddox crouched to inspect them. "We get trespassers." "Not out here," I said. "Nobody even knows this place exists." The man frowned. "Then who?" The radio on his belt hissed to life with a burst of static. "Copy. Trace. Report." It was my supervisor's voice, but delayed, warped, like a recording played underwater. Maddox tapped his own radio. "We hear you, base. Repeat transmission." Another voice overlapped it. Lower, male, distorted. "Roll call." The sound crawled through the air like smoke. Every one of us froze. Maddox tried to laugh it off. Probably interference. Yeah, I said. Probably, but my chest felt hollow. We split up. Maddox and the others inspecting the storage sheds, me heading toward the mess hall. The ground squelched under my boots, each step sinking deeper into damp soil. Inside, the air was thick with rot and metal. The lantern still sat on the table, wick black, glass cracked but intact. And next to it lay something new, Paul's Ranger badge. It was polished clean, as if someone had just set it there. My throat tightened. I reached for the badge, and the lantern flared to life. The wick ignited white, hot, flames stretching higher than it should. The walls trembled with a low hum. And through the glare, I saw them, rows of men in uniform, seated at the benches, heads down. Every one of them lifted their chin in perfect unison. Their faces were smooth blanks, no eyes, no mouths. But I felt them watching. The same hum poured from their chests, like static made into breath. I backed away slowly. "You don't belong here," I whispered, though my voice sounded too small in the room. The nearest figure twitched. Its jawline rippled, skin pulling taut until a faint slit appeared where a mouth should be. From it came a single word, absent. The lantern flared again, so bright it drowned the room. Outside, Maddox shouted something. Wood splintered, then boots, dozens of them, marching in rhythm. I ran to the doorway. The clearing was alive with light. Lanterns burned in every cabin window, glowing in a ring. Figures stepped out of the fog, forming lines like a military inspection. Maddox stumbled into view, waving his flashlight. "Trace! They're everywhere!" One of the workers screamed, short, cut off. When I looked, he was gone, just his hat spinning in the mud. The line of faceless men moved closer, boots striking in perfect time. That deep voice boomed again, filling the clearing. "Report." My radio hissed in response, spitting fragments of overlapping speech. My own voice from days ago, sight unstable. Gas exposure. Then Paul's voice, "You see that?" Then silence. Maddox grabbed my shoulder. "We have to go." "What?" I said. "I think they're calling roll. They're missing someone." He stared at me like I'd gone mad. "What are you talking about?" "Paul. He's part of them now. They're waiting for the rest." "Trace, move." But I couldn't. Because through the marching, I heard my name. Faint, stretched thin across the noise. "Nolan, Trace, report for duty." I turned toward the sound. A figure stood near the flagpole, taller than the rest. His uniform was newer, clean khaki, ranger patch on the shoulder. Paul, or what was left of him. He lifted a hand in salute. Lantern light flickered across his smooth, empty face. Behind him, the rope began to move again, pulling upward. Invisible hands hoisting something unseen. The pole groaned under the strain. Maddox shouted my name, but it was far away now. My feet moved on their own, drawn toward the figure at the center of the clearing. The closer I got, the louder that hum became, like every radio in the forest tuned to the same impossible frequency. When I reached Paul, he lowered his arm and placed something cold into my hand. His voice was low, warped but familiar. Roll call never ended. Then the lanterns all went out. Darkness swallowed everything. I must have blacked out. When I came to, daylight was breaking through the trees. The clearing was empty again. No lights, no figures, no footprints except my own. My ears rang with silence. Maddox was gone. The trucks were gone. Only my camera and radio remained, half buried in mud. I stumbled toward the pond, desperate for any sign of the others. That's when I saw them. Reflections. Not mine. Too many of them. Faces floating just below the surface. Pale and featureless, rippling as if whispering. I crouched, squinting through the glare. One of the shapes tilted its head. It was wearing a ranger hat. The same badge I held in my hand. That was when I finally looked down at what Paul had given me. It wasn't just his badge. It was two. His and mine fused together, the metal warped by heat. Something inside me cracked then. I dropped it and ran. I don't remember the trail out. One moment I was surrounded by fog. The next, I was back at my truck. Mud-streaked and trembling. My watch said it was the same day, but the light felt wrong. Too dim, too thin. At the station, no one believed me. The report was filed under equipment malfunction leading to disorientation. Maddox and the crew were listed as presumed missing. The case was closed within a month. But I know what I saw. I've kept the camera footage hidden. When I play it back, there's nothing unusual at first. Trees, fog, debris. Then, around the 40-second mark, the screen fills with static. Through it, faint shapes forms, a line of men standing at attention. And at the end of the row, me. I've been reassigned since then. Desk duty mostly. But some nights, when the forest goes still and the radios hum, I hear it again. The faint echo of boots, the low voice calling roll. Last week, the dispatcher handed me a new memo. Temporary reassignment. North Sector Patrol. The coordinates were printed clearly: Echo Sector, clearance Yo 7A. When I looked closer, I noticed something odd. The date on the document wasn't this year. It was stamped 1941. I asked the dispatcher where it came from. She frowned. From archives, I think. Orders to verify location of old CCC camp for historical record. You're listed as point of contact. I tried to laugh it off. That's impossible. The camp's gone. She shrugged. Guess they want confirmation. You leave tomorrow morning. That night, I dreamed of lanterns swinging in the dark. Of voices counting names that never end. When I woke, my ranger uniform was hanging by the door, freshly pressed. The badge pinned to the chest gleamed like new. My name tag read R. Anders. I don't remember putting it there. Now, as I write this, dawn is breaking again. My truck is packed. The radio crackles softly beside me, tuning itself. Trace report. Roll call begins at first light. I should turn it off. I should drive the other direction. But the sound pulls at something deep familiar. I think maybe the roll call never really stopped. Maybe it's just been waiting for me to answer. The forest outside my window glows faintly. Tiny sparks like lanterns through the mist. They're getting closer. If you find this log, don't come looking. Don't try to fix what's already finished. Because some places don't forget their men. And at Camp Echo, no one ever gets dismissed.